It's on. Yeah, okay.
Okay, folks, we're going to go ahead and get started here in just a minute. If everybody could take a seat. Yeah. Well, thanks everyone for coming on a eventful morning today. Want to remind everybody we're live streaming this and recording this. Please keep your comments brief when you come to speak, and although I'm sure there'll be lots of comments and testimony. If I could have Representative Prince open us up in word of prayer.
Sure, let us pray. Eternal God, our Father, we thank you for this day. Father, we thank you for another opportunity to do the business and the work that make Georgia a better place to live, grow, and to raise a family. Father, we ask that you keep your hedge of protection around us and everything we do and say be pleasing unto you. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Thank you, Brian. Craig, do we have a sign-up sheet for speakers, or can we create one? Folks, I appreciate everybody being here. I know it was challenging getting here in traffic and what have you. We have the statue being dedicated at 10 a.m., so if people need to duck out for a minute, completely understand. We have a couple of committee members that are on their way from various parts of Georgia, but I fully understand if you need to duck out for just a minute. Just a little bit of background about this issue. It's been an issue that Georgians have been facing for quite some time. I think most people are aware of the texting law that was passed in 2010 by my friend, State Senator Jack Hill, as well as Representative Alan Peake, who I communicated with over the weekend. That was a first step forward, I believe, a courageous and great step forward. But what this committee is tasked to doing is taking a look at, based on the advancement of technology, as well as the increase in claims, as well as less driver safety, should I say, or passenger safety on Georgia's roads. Perhaps we should take a second look at our distracted driving laws. That texting law in 2010 passed both the House and Senate, and it was named for our Caleb Sorhan, another Georgian that unfortunately passed, and his mother Mandy is here with us. Mandy, wave your hand. Thank you for coming. A little bit of background about how we started the study committee. Back in early part of this year, probably about the second week of January, we had an insurance committee meeting. Dr. Hartwig, thank you for being here. Dr. Hartwig is with the Business School and Risk Management at University of South Carolina. I'm butchering your title, I know, sir. I apologize. But basically, as a numbers person myself, most of you know my background. I was very intrigued by the increases in insurance premiums, insurance claims, and not just that, but the per capita number of accidents and the severity of those accidents. It was just alarming to me. In addition, even constituents in my area in suburban Atlanta are facing quite a bit in regard to premium increases, whether they talk on a phone while driving or not. It's truly a statewide problem. And I know I've said this a number of times to various people, and I apologize for being a broken record. You'll hear it again when we're going to various meetings in other parts of the state. This truly is a study committee. I don't know what the right answer is. I'm asking various groups to get together and come up with an answer, whether it be the doctors or the hospitals, public safety, telecom, in the telecommunications industry, public safety advocates. I don't know what the right answer is, but I want to find out over the series of these 5 meetings. So I appreciate everybody being here. I think we all know we have a problem. We have way too many fatalities from what really is just can be addressed by changing human behavior. And I know state troopers are working very difficult hours and conditions to keep us safe. But as Georgians, we need to change our behaviors while we're behind the wheel. So this is not a study committee where I'm just looking for political cover. This truly is looking for a policy solution. I hope everybody can understand that. Just as some background information, we have a schedule of committee meeting dates. If you are not receiving emails from myself or my assistant, Vanessa Turner, please send her an email, Vanessa Turner. She's right next door in 607. Vanessa.turner@house.ga.gov. We have our next meeting coming up, and Warner Robins and Shaw Blackman, you'll be hosting that for us. Thank you for doing that. Our committee meetings are open to the public and are, as I just mentioned, are being live streamed and recorded. But there's a lot of people new to this process. There's a lot of people in the public affairs space that are used to this process. But I do want to remind people that the only members of this committee are Georgia House members that have been appointed by the Speaker, and we're the only ones that are going to be getting per diems and what have you for the small amount of expenses we hope to incur. So with that, Dr. Hartwig, if you're ready, I'd like to bring up Dr. Bob Hartwig, professor at University of South Carolina, with what I know my fellow committee members is going to find a moving, no pun intended, presentation about what some trends are going on in Atlanta. Again, fully understand if people need to duck out for a minute for the other activities here at the Capitol. So, Dr. Hartwig.
Thank you very much, on a second. There it goes. It's going on and off. Okay, well, thank you, Representative Carson, and my pleasure to be here today on this very, very serious issue. I've had the pleasure of testifying before both the House and the Senate insurance committees here in the state of Georgia on a number of occasions. And as Representative Carson mentioned, in the course of that, a lot of questions arise as to why are the number of accidents in Georgia increasing rapidly? Why is the severity of those accidents increasing so rapidly? And from the earliest days of my involvement here in Georgia and trying to describe those issues, distracted driving has definitely been one of those issues. And so it's really to the credit of Representative Carson for having taken what was just a simple suggestion that we dive into these issues more deeply, and he has done that, and here we are, and that's come to fruition. So again, and I have to say, I've described this issue in a variety of states, and to date, this is the only state right now that has taken this step of forming a study committee. And excuse me? I'll tell the speaker that. Sure. It's being recorded, live stream. So, so in terms of distracted driving, what I want to do first is bring you a couple of very high-level statistics in terms of the toll of distracted driving. And then I'm going to talk about the impact as I see them as someone as I work in the academic world now, as the representative mentioned, but that's after 23 years in the private insurance sector, the most recent 10 of those running an insurance industry trade association where we represented most of the major auto insurers operating in the United States today. And I can tell you this is a major issue among the CEOs who are on my board. But just giving you a sense of the scale and the scope of the problem. And it's not something that immediately pops up. People do not volunteer the fact that they were texting or speaking on the phone when they are involved in an accident, obviously. And so this is something that has to be discerned almost indirectly in most cases. So the estimate is that distracted driving is responsible for at least 3,100 crash deaths annually in the United States, and this is for the last 3 or 4 years for which we have data available. When you boil down these studies, it seems that approximately 10% of all fatal car crashes, that's fatal car crashes, are attributed to distracted driving behaviors. In 2015, that was nearly 3,500 distracted driving deaths out of about 35,000 deaths on roads in the United States from all causes. We'll talk about a definition of distracted driving in a little bit because it is broader than texting or using a mobile phone device. Not all crashes are fatal in nature. There are many, many more that involve injuries, and it is estimated that distracted driving behaviors in all of its forms lead to more than 420,000 injuries on an annual basis. Now, that's an astounding toll. If you were just to use numbers, very round numbers about what your average automobile accident costs were into the many billions of dollars in terms of the financial toll, which is obviously secondary to the toll in terms of human life and injuries that we're really here to discuss today. It's estimated that nearly 1/3 of all U.S. drivers between 18 and 64 either read or send texts or email messages while driving, okay, routinely. Simply, and what has turned out to be the case, given that there have been concerted educational campaigns in really every state, and I travel heavily, and we see messages in South Carolina and elsewhere about the toll of texting while driving, that education alone, unfortunately, we have enough evidence to say, is not going to be able to reduce this terrible toll that we see from distracted driving. And so awareness, and the implication, therefore, is that awareness and education alone, while essential, is insufficient. And I'll be talking at the end about one of the, where we are headed, I think, at least in terms of solutions, because it is very, very difficult to dislodge these devices and these technologies, particularly from the hands of people who've never known anything other than a life where these things have been part of their lives from the very earliest stages.
Can I just stop
sure.
you right there? Craig, do we have it on the projector yet, or you're still working on the
Oh,
technology?
it's not, oh, yes, okay.
Sure. I sent it cut itself off, so
Okay.
Okay.
email.
Okay, I believe the committee does have some printouts, though, correct? You do, okay. And oh, sure, sure. Okay. Yeah. Now, this happens in classrooms where I teach all the time, so I'm used to these sorts of things. So, while that's booting up, I'll make an offer to anyone here in the audience, and I'm sure that this will be posted. But if you'd like a copy of this presentation, you can email me directly at robert.hartwig, Hartwig, at more, MOORE.sc.edu. That's my email address at the University of South Carolina.
Okay, I think we're
There
on.
we go.
Thank you,
So it's
Doctor.
up on that screen. It's up on this screen. So, okay, I think we're good. Okay, so we just gone through the toll of distracted driving here, and this is simply in tabular form. Some of the information that I just mentioned. It's estimated maybe 7 to 10% of roadway fatalities these days are associated with distracted driving behaviors. Of that, there is a subset associated with cell phone use in fatal crashes, and somewhere around 14% of distracted driving related crashes are associated specifically with cell phone use. So there are a variety of other reasons for distractions on the road, but again, so you have a death toll that's somewhere in the vicinity of around 500 individuals per year. Now, it is absolutely the case that auto fatalities in the United States are rising today. I think many people believe that actually roads are getting safer, that autonomous vehicles are out there today, and that, quite frankly, you know, vehicles are going to prevent accidents on their own simply by braking, swerving, and they're so smart they're going to do that. I'm here to tell you in part that the truly autonomous vehicle is a long way. No matter what Google tells you, no matter what Apple tells you, that's a lot of Silicon Valley Kool-Aid, okay? And the reality of truly mass-produced, affordable self-driving vehicles is a long way off. It's probably actually a couple decades off. So in the meantime, we have problems like this. We have the number of deaths in the United States on highways increasing by 5% last year and 8% the year before that. By the way, that is faster than population growth. That's faster than the number of new cars getting on the road. That's faster than the number of miles that are being driven. People are getting on the road and being involved in fatal accidents at an extraordinarily disproportionate rate in the last couple of years. So a rapid escalation and the largest we've seen. Here's the highway, the unfortunate fatality toll here in Georgia. As of yesterday, up to 961 deaths. In fact, as I drove in on I-20, I saw on one of the overhead signs, actually this exact number, saying slow down, 961 deaths so far in Georgia today. Now, these numbers are seasonal, and we tend to see a lot of deaths, unfortunately, say around the holiday season. But it would seem that we probably aren't going to set a new record in 2017. So we'll probably come in somewhere between 2015 and 2016 by the time the year is over with. But again, everyone will agree this death toll is too high. And if you were to use the numbers that I showed you earlier, the percentages, this would suggest that we're close to approximately 100 deaths in Georgia alone so far this year that are associated with distracted driving, simply using the 10% number that I mentioned earlier on.
Dr. Hartwood, could you go back 2 slides?
Sure. This? Or am I going on? I'm actually going forward. Let me go.
Go backward.
Yeah, let me go backward. Yeah.
That.
Yeah.
Those last 2 years, what years are those?
2015 and 2016.
And what were those percentage increases?
8% in 2015 and 5% in 2016. That's what the numbers are at the top of the bar. It's the annual change. This is in the U.S.
Got it. We have one question real quick.
Sure.
Representative Taylor?
I have a question about the years where it went down so much.
Right.
Do you suppose it was related to a recession?
It was. It was. There's no question about that.
Do we have those numbers to back that up?
Oh, absolutely. I just calculated these from the raw numbers. So the number of deaths in the United States on highways fell during the Great Recession as people were unemployed, they drove less, didn't go on vacations, those sorts of things. So part of what is driving the increase in highway deaths today is, in fact, that the economy is relatively good. And we're all glad the unemployment rate's 4% instead of 10%, which is what it was a decade ago. But the solution to this problem is not high unemployment. There are a variety of other solutions, of course, to this, and we see this kind of pattern going back many, many decades. But it is rising at a much faster level than in other previous economic recoveries, and that's a little bit of a mystery right now. Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll go ahead from here. And as I mentioned, Georgia, I don't have the all the states for 2016 yet. We saw in 2015, we saw Georgia's deaths on the highways increase faster than really any other state in the Southeast, and much faster than the U.S. overall, nearly 3 times that of the U.S. overall, 22% versus 8%. And I don't have all the states for the full year of 2016 yet, but what we could see is Georgia's first half of 2016 was up pretty sharply relative to other states in the region and the U.S. overall. So the problem is particularly severe here in Georgia. This is part of the reason why I originally came down to speak to the House and Senate Insurance Committees over the past couple of years. What I wanted to do is show you a little bit of data of what is happening here in Georgia, the way you see it through the lens of the insurance industry, okay? And so insurers routinely collect information on the frequency of accidents. By frequency here, that would be the number of claims per 100 insured vehicles, and severity of accidents, which is defined as the average cost per claim. And what you see in recent years here is the severity figures. This is for bodily injury severity. These are injury cases in vehicles where there are crashes. You see the severity increasing rather sharply, and you see the frequency increasing fairly sharply as we're kind of coming out of the recession. It's intensified, but it is a very sharp, sustained upward trend here in the state of Georgia. If we move along to something like property damage liability, this is instead of a human injury, this would be crashing into someone's garage, for instance, or something like that. You see the frequency up, but the severity up even more, although the frequency stabilized last year. But a very sharp severity trend. And then you see collision claims. This is the cost and the frequency of just simply repairing vehicles. You see both of these are up a little bit more of a tempered increase in the last 2 years, but nevertheless, there's a lot of pressure here. So, and there are a lot of accidents. It's not possible to pull out of this data what proportion of these are directly attributable to distracted driving. We know that it's not an inconsequential number, but there are a variety of other issues out there that, for instance, driving while intoxicated, increased use of marijuana, opioid problems, okay? I can go on and on. Increased number of youthful drivers on the road. All of these are contributing factors. And you could see that the so-called loss ratios, in other words, the share of the premium dollar being paid out purely for losses, continues to rise in the state of Georgia, and rises relatively fast compared to the United States overall. And just as a complete contrast to this, these are claims on vehicles related to weather events. It's much more random, okay? So when there are human factors involved, we are seeing a sharp, sustained upward trend in the frequency and severity of claims. When we look at claims related to weather, including flooding and everything like that, it's kind of random. You don't see anything else happening there. So it's interesting. And you could see that what this has done is actually return on net worth is basically an ROE measure in auto insurance. You could see that's been pushed down in most states. We do see some of these trends in many other states, but to a very large extent, it's more severe in Georgia than in other states.
Can you define return on net worth, PP Auto?
Yeah, so a return on net worth, private passenger auto insurance, basically this is profitability from the perspective of the insurer. This is the rate of return being generated on their investment in the auto insurance business in these various states. So in Georgia, the average over the last decade for which we have data has been 3.4%. It's been generally trending downward. It's the lowest among these states. It's lower than the U.S., but it's been trending downward in many other states also, and recently as a result of these increased frequency and severity trends. So it's a measure of profitability. This is generated not by the insurers, but by the National Association of Insurance Commissioners, actually, of which the state of Georgia would be a member. So, but I'm not here to dwell on profitability of the insurance industry. I do want you to see, however, that there is a correlation between what is happening on the highways of the state of Georgia, that this is influencing the frequency of accidents, the severity of accidents. This influences the operation of the insurance industry, and insurers do reflect these adverse trends in the rates that they do charge here in Georgia and, of course, everywhere in the country. Now, you might be wondering what is driving up this frequency. It's a very good question. And to sort of get at the question of distracted driving, we need to sort of try to tease out a variety of factors that are in play here. As I hinted at earlier, as Representative Taylor already was on top of this already, she pointed out that she asked whether or not some of the decrease in driving a decade or so ago was that due to the recession. Absolutely. And you can see these are this is the annual change in miles driven in the United States. It was flat or falling during the Great Recession. And it is up relatively sharply over the past couple of years. So there's just no question that the increase in the number of vehicles on the road increases the opportunity for more accidents, including those associated with distracted driving, and that we know with absolute certainty that this is driving a lot of what is happening today. In fact, we can take another way of looking at this. You could look at billions of miles driven, which is in the orange line here, and you can look at the number of people employed, which is the blue line, and you see a very strong correlation between these two. This is the sorts of things this is why insurers look at the number of miles that you drive when it comes to assessing your risk, because it is highly correlated with the likelihood of you being involved in an accident of any sort. And so here you see number of people employed in blue, and you see collision claim frequency. So you've got a Bureau of Labor Statistics number on one hand, number of people employed, and you've got collision claim frequency and insurance industry data. Extremely tight correlation here. Extremely tight correlation. And so just by virtue of the fact that there are more people on the road, that means there are going to be more accidents and fatalities, unfortunately, in absolute terms. But what is happening, it's increasing much more rapidly than absolute. You would expect if miles driven were up 3 or 4%, maybe you'd expect accidents to rise 3 or 4%. But in fact, they are rising at a faster clip. Accident frequency is rising at a faster clip than that. And just taking a look at here's billions of miles driven against the collision number. So again, you could definitely see a correlation here, a little less tight. It really doesn't have a lot to do with lower gas prices so much. That correlation is lower. And also some of the costs here are being driven by the fact that vehicles are more costly. Now, there's a sort of a silver lining in this. Vehicles, as you know today, are becoming equipped with more and more sensors. Many of these sensors will do such things as warn you if you're encroaching too closely to the vehicle in front of you. They may actually brake for you. There are all sorts of advanced systems that can help reduce the frequency or severity of accidents, but these are very new in vehicles. Most new vehicles still don't have these technologies. They're optional. They're more expensive, and many people don't buy these. Now, in case you're wondering, how long will it take? Let's suppose every vehicle that is sold beginning tomorrow is equipped with all of these collision avoidance technologies. How long would it take for half the vehicles on the road to be equipped with these technologies? It would take 11 to 12 years for just half the vehicles. The reason for that is vehicles, the average age of a vehicle on the road keeps increasing, and it's about 11.7 years old right now. So people will not run out and buy these vehicles. They will replace them gradually over time. This is another reason why, while technology is part of the solution, and I'll get into that later, it will take a long time to unfold, even if the government mandates these technologies in every vehicle tomorrow. Distracted driving. So let's size up the problem here a little bit more, assessing its cost. If I look at a recent survey by the National Safety Council that does a lot of great work on a variety of issues, and it's a poll taken just earlier this year, and we ask, how concerned are you about each one of the following categories listed here that it might cause injury or death to your family? And when we looked at driving, it's at top of the list. Driving's at the top of the list. It's higher than gun violence. It's higher than natural disasters, infectious diseases, or addiction to prescription pain medication, and a variety of other things. So people are concerned that about driving more than anything else. And it is true that in a family, in particularly a family with children, driving is the most hazardous and most dangerous behavior in some sense, or activity that exists in those households, particularly with multiple young drivers. Now, when we look at the same poll and we look at driving as a risk or as a concern, among families and households in the U.S. Drunk driving rates number one, but not far behind it now, distracted driving, something really a decade ago we wouldn't have heard of, whereas there's a long, long history of drunk driving. Distracted driving has rapidly made it up to the number two position in terms of concerns, followed by people who are driving under the influence of drugs, aggressive drivers, and a variety of other things that, quite frankly, when most of us were teenagers and so forth, we were worried about. Speeding, road rage, yes, sleepy drivers, and so forth. Even teen drivers are far down the list. So we've got almost twice as many people being concerned about distracted drivers nowadays. Now the question is, with this kind of concern, you would expect that there were to be an enormous amount of support for reducing the use of cell phones and other mobile devices for the purposes of talking and texting, and there's sort of a mixed story here. When we look at support for restrictions on the use of cell phones out there, what we see is that when we look down towards the bottom here, state laws prohibiting adult drivers from using handheld phones in any way. Well, only about half of people actually support that. When we look at state laws that would prohibit adult drivers from using phones in any way while driving, including hands-free devices, in other words, voice-activated, you see that drops to 40%. So there's an enormous amount of resistance, even among adults and certainly among young adults out there. So ingrained have mobile devices become in our lives that we cannot possibly see a task in which we would involved in where we could not possibly have access to these devices. So it's going to be difficult and, quite frankly, almost impossible to remove these devices from the hands of individuals. Now, I'll talk about technology-wise what might happen if we move to a more hands-free sort of environment based on the science that's out there today. Which do you feel is safer to do while driving? 39% of people do feel it's safer to use voice commands rather than a handheld device in their vehicle through a voice-activated system in the vehicle. But I'm previewing it here a little bit. Right now, the science does not prove that using voice-activated systems reduces the frequency of distracted driving accidents right now. The science may change and the technology of voice activation may change, but I'll get more into that in a little later because the science and technology of voice activation is moving very quickly. It is not perfected, and there's a lot of psychology behind this. And I'm sure there are other people here who will probably be able to talk about that psychology better than I am.
Dr. Hartwig, that last slide,
yes,
you can put that up. That is from the National Safety Council. Is that
yes.
an opinion poll?
Yes, they did a scientific survey of families around the United States. Yes, it's an opinion poll. This is not the result of a scientific analysis. I'll talk more about studies that have been done with respect to voice activation in a little bit. There has been a little bit of work on that. Now, the Centers for Disease Control, based right here in Atlanta, has actually gotten into this as well because, quite frankly, you can view distracted driving as an epidemic, affecting, in particular, very vulnerable populations, the youthful population in particular. And when we look at so according to the CDC, when we look at the percentage of high school students who are texting and emailing while driving a car or another vehicle, this was in 2015 when they conducted this study. Now, they did not include Georgia, oddly enough, in the study. About half the states were in the study. They did include the metro area of DeKalb County. But when I looked at other states in this area, what you see is that nearly 40% of high school students texted or emailed. They admitted to texting or email. They weren't going to be punished. This was a confidential scientific survey of them. 40% of them texted or emailed while driving within 30 days of the survey. They didn't ask them how many times, but just that they had done it at least once. And what you see is that what you see typically in urban areas, you see fewer individuals doing it because there's public transportation and so forth involved. But even in DeKalb County here, you see nearly 30% of high school students are involved in texting, emailing, or what have you, manipulating a device while they're driving. And these
Would
are just
it-
the ones who admitted to it.
Would the opposite be true, whereas kids in a more urban setting are less likely to text and drive, whereas kids in a more rural setting
Yes.
are more likely to drive?
Yes,
More
it's-
likely to text and drive because of the longer commute? what have you?
It definitely seems to be the case that younger people, and probably people in general in rural areas, tend to engage in the manipulation or use of handheld devices more than people in urban areas, in part because they are in cars more. Okay, that has a lot to do with it. There's less walking between point to point. Generally, they are driving, and so that has a lot to do with it. And I found that was interesting in and of itself. Now, back to the issue of distracted driving and some of the facts. Just to remind you, we had gone through some of these facts about 10% of fatal crashes and 420,000 injuries per year. That's just there as a reminder. But we haven't yet actually come to a definition of what distracted driving is. And I think the use of handheld devices is what motivates many people here today, and it is what we most commonly think about, and it's what we warn teenagers about.
Dr. Hart,
but
one more thing.
Yes.
Sorry to keep interrupting you, but
No.
where does the 10% number come from? Does that come from National Safety
That
Council?
comes from a variety of studies that were conducted, no, not from the National Safety Council, but primarily from some studies that were done by the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration, as well as some others. Now, by the way, these are observational studies, generally speaking, where the NHTSA and also the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety have actually sent out people on the roads to literally observe what they are doing. Sometimes in motion and sometimes while they're at intersections. So these are estimates. They aren't coming from accident reports after a tragedy occurs. They aren't coming out of insurance claims. They are observational data, generally speaking.
Of traffic or
Of people on the roadways as they are actually doing it. The CDC number I showed you, that was from a survey that had been done of actual high school students who were admitting to texting, 40% of the time within the last 30 days, 40% of them within the last 30 days. So there's a mix. Part of the problem that we have here is that the hard evidence and the data on exactly how frequently people are using handheld devices while driving is not immediately obvious.
right, because if someone is accused of driving under the influence, there's an immediate test and so forth, whereas there's not that immediate admittal of distracted driving and so forth, correct?
Well, that's right. And unless you're going to require on the spot someone's phone, the contents of their phone to be downloaded, or records be obtained from their phone company, you're not going to be able to tie, in most cases, the use of a handheld device with a particular accident. Now, I know we have the Colonel here later talk about probably how difficult this situation is. So you are here in a committee where you are trying to understand this. This is a study committee. This is one of the complexities associated with this. So there are indirect studies that have been done. There's good work by the CDC and others. You can come to the conclusion, I think quite readily, that there is an enormous amount of distracted driving going on associated with handheld devices. But can you pin it down precisely? It's not the kind of data, for instance, that's sufficiently precise for insurers to use for rating activity. Insurers could not use it. It's not exact enough for insurers to use. Now, in terms of a definition of distracted driving, it's much broader than what we've talked about today. But in general, it's when a driver's attention is diverted away from driving by a secondary task, any kind of secondary task that requires focusing on an object, event, or persons not related to the driving task. People are not formally trained when they drive vehicles about how to drive in a non-distracted manner. I used to fly airplanes. One of the first things you learn is what's called cockpit management, where you learn a certain routine for scanning all the instruments on a regular level along with visual scans of what's in front of you. You are trained in that. You are tested on that routinely. every 6 months. But you never learn that formally when you're driving a vehicle. Vehicles are becoming increasingly complex, not only from the instrumentation in the vehicles themselves, but also, of course, from the handheld devices which provide a variety of other distractions. So you can be compromised in terms of your driving ability, not just from the handheld device, but obviously there are things outside the car as well, pedestrians, cyclists, and so forth. Every time you adjust the radio, there's an irritable child, you adjust the heating or cooling systems in your vehicles, the GPS, you name it, navigational, all of these things, eating, all fall under the definition of distracted driving. And we know that these do contribute to accidents. They all do. They all contribute to accidents. If you can imagine it happening in a vehicle, it has happened. And it has happened many, many times in terms of distracted driving. And distractions are not just physical in nature, such as a mobile device. When drivers think about things other than driving, for example, including such things as an argument with a spouse or a financial problem that you might be having, they can become distracted from the task as driving. I will never forget the day when I was learning to fly and my flight instructor told me, he says, if you've had a bad argument with your wife, I don't want you in the cockpit. That was strange advice, but it turns out he's right. About those sorts of things. You don't want to be overly distracted in a vehicle with mental distractions either. We usually we've come to believe that humans can multitask. We all go to work every day and we're surrounded by a variety of devices and emails, social media. We now work in open office environments where there's a multitude of distractions. We're just multitask, right? Multitasking is a complete myth. It doesn't exist. A lot of psychology, and when you're thinking about what to include in the study committee's final report, the psychology of multitasking, getting past this psychological barrier where people believe that they can operate a handheld device with little or no impairment of their cognitive skills is an absolute myth. People actually engage in task switching. You move from paying attention to what's going on the road to paying attention to what's going on your phone. Even if you are continuing to look out, you are essentially blind to what is going on out there. This has been demonstrated through psychological and scientific experiments many, many times. This is very well documented. Extensive research in the psychology community and elsewhere. So, if you think about it, a car traveling 55 miles an hour, and many people are traveling faster than that, covers 80 feet every single second. Sending or reading a text can take drivers off the road for an average of 4.6 seconds. Doesn't seem like a lot, especially going straight down a highway, but in that period of time, you've gone the length of a football field. Without any visual guidance whatsoever. And even if you have returned your gaze back out the windshield, you may not be seeing. You are suffering most likely as you are trying to transition from one task to the next from inattentional blindness, or even if you're speaking while walking, while looking out the windshield as you're driving. And inattentional blindness, again, a very well documented psycho and physiological effect means that while you might be looking, basically you're not seeing. You're not able to pick up visual cues that are around you, say a pedestrian coming into the road, for example, or a car that's coming in, or a ball that's been kicked into the street by a child. So you are essentially blind or largely blind to many of these types of obstacles that are going to come your way. And they will. It's just a matter of statistical, it's just a matter of time. It's not a matter of if, until one of these events eventually catches up with you. It's estimated that 7%, again, this is from another study. This is from the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety and Highway Loss Data Institute. It's estimated that about 7% of drivers are having phone conversations at any given moment of the day. By day, I actually mean daylight hours. The reason I actually have to say that is because many of these data come from observational studies. They're sending people out and checking to see who's on a phone at any given point in time driving on the road or intersection. At night, it's difficult to do that. It's very hard to see that. So during the daylight hours, it's about 7%. and an estimated 2.2% of all drivers and nearly 5% of drivers that are between 16 to 24 years of age were observed texting or manipulating a device. So it could be surfing the web, for instance, checking Snapchat, what have you. There's a study that was done nearly a decade ago. So these are up, hundreds of percent. Not surprisingly, because more people now. These devices are ubiquitous today. They weren't quite so ubiquitous back in about a decade or so ago, or in 2009 or so. So my guess is this is a significant underestimate. And these are, so 5% of youthful drivers at any given time were observed. That means there are some that simply weren't observed. And then if you were to say in the course of a particular drive, what proportion of them used it, it's much higher than that. It simply is. It's much, much higher than that. If you look at some data that have come out from studies, I think this is this is data from NHTSA here. If you look at the percent of U.S. drivers using cell phones at any given day during the daylight hours, you see the estimate in blue. You see the estimated number using handheld or hands-free phone conversations falling. It looks like there's a nice improvement there. It's not clear that the improvement is really there. It's just simply harder to observe that people are using voice-activated devices nowadays.
Can you go over the color legend for those that can't see that?
Right. So we've got 3 lines here showing data showing the proportion of drivers using cell phones at any given time during daylight hours, 2000 to 2015. And in blue, the top line, what you see is estimated proportion of people on the road who are driving, who are using a handheld or a hands-free, or are having a hands-free phone conversation. That number is around 7% in the most recent year available. Observed using a handheld, who are having a handheld conversation on a handheld device, that's down to around 4% in the yellow line. And then cell phone conversations, then observed manipulation of handheld devices is in red. That's around 2%. We see that increasing. Now, I think what we are seeing here is definitely the increased use of manipulation of devices for surfing the web, Snapchatting, checking Facebook, other social media. That's increasing, and my guess is that's likely to increase. I think it's somewhat difficult to observe. I think this is an enormous underestimate, but again, it's what you see through observational studies, and I think that it's we're seeing fewer people actually use phones up to their ears as that behavior has been banned in many states, and also because of the move to voice-activated systems, okay, which, as I'll mention in a minute, the jury's still out on whether that actually reduces any frequency.
Sorry to keep asking questions.
Please do.
If there's anybody on the committee that has questions, please feel free. But I just, personally speaking, looking at the drivers in the suburbs, I was expecting
Much higher.
Not much higher. I was expecting instead of 7, more like 50%. Instead of 4, more like 40%, and 2, 20%.
Yeah, these are who are observed at any given time. But I would absolutely say that my view is these data are underestimates of actually what's happening. So this is literally, if I were standing here at the street corner and counted the number of people who went by who I could see actually using the phone at that given point in time. Seems to be about 7%. But quite frankly, you're probably not noticing all the conversations that are going on because of voice-activated systems, or someone just has their phone sitting there and it's on speaker or some such thing. So it's clear there's an underreporting problem.
Sure.
I think that the data that the CDC had that I presented earlier, particularly for youthful drivers, if you're looking at low-hanging fruit, you can see that 40% of high school students, as I mentioned, admit to talking on phones or texting very recently in recent drives, and the actual number is probably higher than that. So it's definitely the case that older individuals, it definitely declines with age. But if you're looking for a place to start, it's definitely the high school population.
Sure.
Okay.
We have a question. Chairman Rich Golick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to make sure I've got clarity, you said there's not yet any empirical data on the difference on the frequency with the difference of handheld
Voice
versus
activation, right.
a handheld ban. Is that
Right,
correct?
right. At least insofar as it's been tested at the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety. I mean, there may be device manufacturers may beg to differ. The auto manufacturers, I've not seen them present any evidence one way or the other on that. But yes, sir.
How would that actually be quantified? Is it just a matter of getting police
Yeah,
reports and extrapolating how many accidents have
You can set people
as
up
part of it, or-
in actual systems just as they would exist in the car and see how long they are distracted trying to get the voice activated device to engage versus how they would manage just a handheld device. And you can actually this has actually literally been measured. And while if everything went perfectly and people were able to say call home and that's it, that would probably be fine. But as it turns out, systems operate differently in different vehicles. That confuses people. Some vehicles require you to use, there are several levels of the menu in the voice-activated system. That confuses people. People might find that their cell phone hasn't been engaged via Bluetooth or something like this. So then there needs to be some manual manipulation of the phone. There may be something wrong with your Apple CarPlay. So there are a lot of ways, as we all know from our wireless systems in our home, why doesn't it work? Well, there are problems like this in vehicles as well. And so one of the problems that occurs is that while saying call home, when you can have a single word or two that allows you to achieve what you want to achieve, if you have to go deeper into the system, that creates a distraction.
Well, it's a sensory. To me, it's what level. It's all sensory deprivation, and to the extent that you have sensory deprivation, whether it's sight, whether it's sound, whatever it may be, that contributes to a certain threshold level of distraction. The question is, how deep is that distraction? And then the longer it goes on, the more distraction occurs. So it's simply a matter. It's all distracted. It's a matter of what degree the sensory deprivation occurs, because that relates directly to the level of distraction.
And it would seem now that people are not sufficiently familiar with voice-activated systems, and while the jury's still out, it doesn't seem there's some obvious advantage to the voice-activated systems. Certainly they're convenient, but it doesn't mean that they reduce distraction. These systems are being put into vehicles today for the purposes of convenience, not necessarily for the purposes of reducing frequency of accidents.
Can I ask you one follow-up question,
Sure.
Mr. Chairman? And this may be a question for the Colonel, but my understanding, very secondhand understanding, is that there is technology, and I'm not asking this question by way of endorsement, I just want to know if it exists or not. My understanding is that there's technology that exists that, going to a point that I think you made or someone made earlier, about the ability to, on the cell phone, to see if if they could go ahead, if law enforcement can go ahead and pinpoint the time of the accident, which is extremely difficult unless they're physically right there. Then you've got an estimate, or maybe there's an onboard computer that can go ahead and communicate that information. Maybe they've got an eyewitness, but that eyewitness is not looking at their watch as to what time it was exactly when the accident occurs. So the ability to do that, I think, is very, very small. But the question is, my understanding is that there is technology that exists that does allow law enforcement to see if the phone was in use at a particular time without getting into potential search and seizure questions or privacy questions on the content itself. Is that a correct statement?
There is, but I will definitely leave it to the Colonel to talk about the legality of those sorts of things and how that
Because I thought I'd heard
yeah.
that one or more states have actually looked at that as a
There's
possibility
no question that
without
definitely-
getting into content.
Right, and there are also other technologies, for instance, in vehicles themselves, all of which come with essentially amount to a black box of some sort that will tell you how the vehicle is being operated. There are increasingly apps that are available for phones that the owner of the vehicles can have and can see where all the vehicles are, how they're being driven, and it will provide feedback. Is the vehicle being driven in a way that's erratic? That might suggest distraction or intoxication. Or just youthful indiscretion, and a parent can then contact the child or whoever's driving the vehicle and say, "Hey, slow it down. Hey, pay more attention to what you're doing. You're driving in a dangerous manner." And all of this information can be then reported back, and then you can observe it in kind of a dashboard kind of environment. These technologies exist. today. But we're a long way from this, about, will the phone, say, automatically ping the insurance company or ping the local police department or even ping the parents if the phone is being used while the vehicle's in motion. The phone can know if you're in motion. There's no question about that. The phone knows that. We all use Google Maps and those sorts of things nowadays. The phone knows you're in motion. It knows where you are. Could you develop an app that pinged the parent who's paying for the phone whenever that phone is being engaged while the vehicle's in motion? Technology exists today. I've never seen it being offered. Excuse me? Is there such an app? I've seen two apps, because I've seen apps where the vehicle performance and so forth and where it is and so forth will be reported back, but not about the pinging of the text and so forth. So the technology exists. It's just a question of would people adopt that?
Right.
Yeah.
And will the kids turn it off?
Yeah.
Rich, you good? Dr. Hart, we have one more question. Representative Taylor.
Thank you. This has to do similar, how you are counting and knowing how's the count is done. Are we utilizing the technology of photos that are on highways or local, when you go through the red light or when you're stopped somewhere when you're on the highway? Are any capabilities there to capture that data?
Yeah, these were literally people who were observing drivers at intersections for the most part. So literally standing there looking into vehicles and looking at the proportion that were, taking the total vehicle count and counting those that were actually engaged in
So
some
it was
kind
a manual.
Yeah, it's a
stand on the
manual
corner.
exercise. Yeah. Now, can you use, say, the cameras that are on highways? Again, probably the colonel could talk more about this than I could. I don't know. Some of them might be looking at license plates as opposed, but there may be ways of doing that. Again, I'm
a
not
big step.
aware of that. Yeah.
As a follow-up, if that's all right, Mr. Chairman, I know just getting ready for this committee, I started paying a little bit more attention to distracted driving, and I'm probably guilty as everybody in here. It's easy to be distracted, and there's many items that will distract you. But one of the things I've noticed, again, just general observation, if there's a change, erratic driving, or someone that has reduced their speed all of a sudden, when you get up to them, I'm finding them on their phone
yeah.
or some such thing. And another thing I'm noticing are people with earplugs in their ears while they're driving. Now, how could they even hear a vehicle, an emergency vehicle coming? Maybe that will be something the colonel will talk about. But there are so many times, again, recently paying more attention because of these meetings coming up. It does seem like this is an increasing problem. And I don't know what tools we have available to be able to, I don't know if you want to use the word catch them or stop it or make some kind of a preparation to prepare drivers better.
Well, right, and so I've talked a little bit about education being part of it, but at the end of the day, and this is going to be one of my conclusions, is it is probably going to be the case that we're going to have to rely on technology to help gradually solve this problem. And I think that many experts believe that, your vehicle, it's a computer on wheels. Okay, and you have a computer in your hand. You are going, it's by human nature, you're going to be distracted. We cannot multitask. And so the technology, and this way I could skip over this at the end, really the technologies that seem to lessen the frequency of accidents and the severity of accidents seem to be the collision avoidance technologies. Okay, those that will apply braking, maybe steering, allow the vehicle to come to a complete stop, simply because the vehicle has detected that it's approaching a vehicle in front of it or an obstacle too quickly. It doesn't mean that the accident will be entirely avoided, and these systems operate differently in different vehicles. And they're not necessarily foolproof, as we saw even from a Tesla vehicle, for instance. But that looks like the most promising thing on the horizon today. Obviously, you need to educate particularly useful drivers and everybody about this. But given how obstinate and difficult this problem is, there's a big part of it that's going to rely on technology, and it's going to take a while before those technologies become prevalent in motor vehicles throughout the United States.
Thank you.
These are just a variety of other statistics. I don't need to go through all of them, but about the proportion of people who are engaged in speaking or texting at any given point in time. There's no question that using a cell phone while driving increases the crash risk. So now we're focusing on cell phones in particular, and definitely texting is as well. But as I mentioned, cell phones and texting aren't the only things that can distract drivers. I think I might have already gone through that slide. I think we backed up a couple of slides here. Right. So we'll just move through some of this. So I'm just going to venture very quickly outside of my area of expertise, cell phones and law, because we do have the Colonel here who will no doubt talk about this. I just wanted to present to you a quick summary of state regulations governing the use of mobile devices and texting. This is a map that shows which states will ban or have partial bans on the use of handheld devices while driving. So I'll go through the color scheme here. In states that are gray, including Georgia, use while driving is still permitted. Okay. And you see that there are the states in green that do ban the use of handheld devices while driving, mostly on the West Coast and in the Northeast. Okay. But in much of the rural part of the United States, you see that it is not banned, and there are partial bans in some places like Texas and areas like that. When we look at texting, however, it's a different story. The green color here is states where texting and driving is banned. That's almost in every state but Montana and Arizona has a full ban, and Missouri has a partial ban. So we are drawing the distinction in many states, between texting and driving and the use of a handheld device in driving. So it's interesting that many states have made such a sharp distinction between the two. And when we look at cell phones and youthful drivers, where is that banned? In green, it's banned for youthful drivers. 38 states plus DC actually restrict the use of cell phones by youthful drivers in particular. Okay, so even where there might not be a ban, there's a restriction on youthful drivers in their use of cell phones. So that's good news. I'm glad that that is true, and all new drivers and potential drivers are educated about this, but it needs to be reinforced, but it's obviously not sufficient. So we have, as I kind of come to a conclusion here, we've kind of talked a bit about some of the solutions that are out there. I think the big question is technology, the solution. We're all looking at technology to what seems to be a very difficult problem. And as I mentioned, thousands of deaths, hundreds of thousands of injuries. This is an unacceptably high toll in terms of life, in terms of injuries, and in terms of the financial cost. Local, state, and national educational campaigns have been going on for years, including here in Georgia. But they seem to have had only limited success. Seems to be only so far where we can go with this. We can go back decades with drunk driving, for instance, and where there's a lot of education, but there's a lot of enforcement associated with driving under the influence as well. People do fear being caught driving while intoxicated, and the consequences of that are severe. Financially, getting a criminal record, your insurance costs will go through the roof, but we don't have anything equivalent on the side for distracted driving. So the implication here, as I mentioned earlier, education is important, but it's not sufficient to reduce this terrible toll of deaths and injuries associated with distracted driving today. So crash avoidance technologies, where do they leave us today? These may be the most promising, and as Representative Golick just mentioned, brought this up, this is really what we're looking at. This is where a lot of the research is being done today. So I think as part of this study committee, realistically, I think this is what we're looking at. What is the state of technology on collision avoidance today? What is the expected rollout time frame for these sorts of things? Do people engage these technologies? Can they use them appropriately? So we have systems that, as I mentioned, they might break, they might slow you down, they might stop you, they might simply give you a warning, they might make a noise. Sometimes there's rattling that might occur on the handle, on the steering wheel or some such thing. There are all kinds of ways to warn drivers. Voice systems that might warn a driver if something is, if they're approaching another vehicle too quickly or an obstacle. All of these exist. And so these do appear to have some effect.
Are these crash, can you go back one, the crash avoidance technologies? I remember a comment she made earlier that the average age of the car out there is 11 years old. Is that correct?
The average vehicle today is more than 11 years old, yes.
So are you talking about aftermarket technology to put onto an existing car? Or are you talking about putting into a newly?
This is usually in new vehicles because,
So
yeah.
if education is not sufficient and technology is not going to be rolled out to a substantive amount for 10, 12 years, what horizon?
That's right.
Those two options are not immediately viable.
They're
Is that
not
what you're
immediate,
saying?
and this is unfortunately the path that we've taken with past advancements in automobile safety technology. For instance, something like anti-lock brakes, which were proven a long time ago to be effective. They were optional equipment for a long time. Eventually, they became mandatory on new vehicles, but people were not required to retrofit their vehicles with anti-lock brakes. It probably is not even engineering-wise possible to include this type of technology on an older vehicle. So it was a long time coming. So in some sense, there's no need to offer, from an insurance perspective, an anti-lock brake discount anymore on vehicles. Pretty much all vehicles have it nowadays. All vehicles have such things as seatbelts. They didn't a long time ago. So it takes a long time for these technologies, even once they've been mandated, to be found in 50% of the fleet vehicles that exist out there on the road today. And short of requiring people to, even such things as, you remember the brake lights on vehicles, now there's a third brake light on vehicles. It took, a decade for half the vehicles on the road to have that third brake light. And that's how it is with all technologies that are mandated. And because vehicles are lasting longer, it's actually taking longer than it did in the past. People will pay for technology. Now, you do see, there aren't many products that you see on television with their manufacturer showing them being destroyed. Car collisions are one of those things. So we do find people are willing to pay for a variety of safety systems in vehicles, and that's a good thing. That's something that could actually accelerate the trend. So, yeah, sure. Now, so as we mentioned, these technologies might actually help. We've got automakers, however, are integrating these infotainment systems into their vehicles that let drivers plug in or wirelessly connect portable electronic devices, such as cell phones. And I mean, even in the front of my car, which is 1 year old, I have 4 different types of outlets. I can plug in so many things in my vehicle. It is unbelievable. And that is in addition to getting a Bluetooth device with an unlimited number of wireless. It's actually wireless capable. There's a nav system. So there are a huge number of potential distractions available there. So for many newer infotainment systems and portable devices, they can be controlled using voice commands. And this is where some of the experimental studies have come in right now. It does seem that people take shorter glances away when they are using voice-activated systems. They still do glance away, typically speaking, but just not for as long, so that's a good thing. But the problem exists a little further down because there's not consistency between the systems. So you go from one vehicle to the next, they operate differently. And with different types of voice commands, for instance. And an Insurance Institute for Highway Safety study found that drivers were able to place calls and enter addresses into a nav system during highway driving more quickly and keep their eyes on the roadway longer when using a system with a single detailed voice command. But if you have to use multiple voice commands, that's where things begin to break down, and you get into different menus on your. And again, if anybody has a newer vehicle, you've gotten lost in your infotainment system at some point. And you don't want to get lost while you are driving, okay? So drivers experience many more errors when entering an address using a single voice command than entering it using voice commands than when entering using voice. Sorry, I meant to say there are more errors when they enter it manually than doing a voice command here. So there is an improvement using the voice commands, but it's not perfect. On net, the net effects of voice recognition technology on crash risk remain unknown. So that's a study area. It's one that insurers are putting money behind. They are studying this through, again, their research organization, the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety. NHTSA has been issuing voluntary guidelines for these integrated infotainment systems. We'll see whether or not, again, these are voluntary guidelines. There are phone apps that have been developed that restrict or limit access to electronic devices, particularly while a vehicle is in motion. So a parent who's paying for a cell phone for a child could require that these apps be installed. Clever kids might find a way to disable these. We've also got apps that insurers and others have developed that allow real-time monitoring of driver behaviors. And I do think that when teens know that mom or dad is watching them, that does have an impact. And mom or dad are willing to take away the keys, that does have an impact. And so insurers do invest in Silicon Valley startup firms. Insurers do this for a variety of reasons. Insurers want to collect more data from the ultimate source of risk, the driver, him or herself. That's better than asking someone on an application, how many miles do you drive and where do you drive and where's the car garaged and so on and so forth. There's no better information than literally from the driver, him or herself. And so I think in the future, more and more information that is used to underwrite insurance is going to come directly from the experience of the drivers. But right now, that sort of technology requires an individual to opt in. You cannot require an individual to have a device installed in their vehicle or to carry an app in their car. Cannot require that, okay? Under state insurance law in any state that I'm aware of. And so in the future, more and more people will opt in for this, I believe, if they believe they're going to receive some sort of discount, but many of the people who drive more recklessly, of course, will not. Last thing, Georgia has had a number of initiatives, Drive Alive, Arrive Alive, and a variety of others. Again, you see it on billboards and signs all across the state. They have an initiative underway to try to reduce the terrible toll on Georgia's roads. It's very much to the credit of the colonel and the state police and a variety of other departments, including the insurance department here in the state of Georgia, to try to reduce this toll. And we see many similar efforts underway. So just as I conclude, we talked about distracted driving here for the last more than an hour or so as one of the important factors that's driving the unacceptable death toll and toll of injuries on the roads of the state of Georgia. You're not alone out there, but Georgia does have a more severe problem than most other states than I have observed. So I would like to thank Representative Carson for asking me to be here once again today. I thank the committee for its questions. I'd be very happy to receive questions afterwards from the committee by email or by phone calls, and be happy to be at the disposal of the committee as a resource in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Dr. Hartwood? Yes.
The slide that you had that outlined DeKalb County specifically.
Yes, that was a CDC study, yes.
And the other states that you had were like Montana and something else, so their numbers were higher, is that what you're showing?
In that particular slide, I showed other southern states, and I showed DeKalb County. They only surveyed about half the states. I did not have Montana and so forth, and I could get the data for Montana for you, or some states in that region for you. I could.
Okay,
get
let's
that.
I appreciate that. Let's have the questions done from the committee members and the microphones, because people on the web link and the videotape are not going to be able to have that recorded, okay? Representative Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Hartwig, just real quick, and you may have mentioned this, but the states that have a ban, do we not have enough data yet to know whether or not that's changed the any kind of?
Has it reduced? I think
mean,
that
you know, have
there's
we
enough
seen-
evidence. Yeah, the bans alone don't seem to be sufficient to the bans on handheld, the use of a handheld device alone. Unfortunately, the evidence suggests that there's not the impact that you would expect from the ban alone. Okay, and education alone is not solving the problem either. So to the extent that people actually maybe do switch and use properly a hands-free device, that seems to help. Okay, that does seem to help. Okay, so
So are you saying it has an impact, but just minimal? Is that what you're saying?
it has an impact, but right, not as large as you would hope. I mean,
Okay.
that's why this toll is still, this huge death toll is still occurring today.
I'm sorry, Shaw, go ahead.
No, if I may just follow up. So, I mean, hearing you right, 15 states have banned the use of cell phones while driving. And we have not seen any real benefit in those states from that ban.
I would say it's on the margin, and there has been some discussion about whether the improvements are due to that or due to maybe a move to sort of the hands-free technology. So the question is, but one thing we can say is there's not been a rapid drop in distracted driving deaths after these bans were enacted.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
That's what you cannot say.
Okay. Any other questions? I had one, actually two follow-ups. Craig, just as a follow-up on what Dr. Hartwig said, can you work on dollar spending on Georgia driver education programs on this issue? And that might be with State Patrol, it might be with Harrison Highway Safety. It might even be at the local level. Just what would it take to quantify that? And Dr. Hartwig, you mentioned something about does it federal law that preempts requirement of app installation on cell phones?
Again, I'm
something along this-
not a privacy expert here, but there's, in terms of, for insurance purposes?
No, I was just asking
yeah.
for the benefit of our legal counsel, just so we can put it in our report, that if someone were to say, let's just require Georgia drivers to put on some sort of app on their iPhones, smart Androids, whatever it be, and unless I misunderstood you, there is some, either all 50 states are on the same mindset, or there's some federal law of preemption that to require individuals to put these apps on their phones.
Yeah, I think that, right, I think that there would probably be a lot of challenges on privacy grounds.
Sure.
And based on federal and state law in probably every state for the requirement that an app, for instance, be installed that would either disable the use of, say, text or email and so forth on the phone, or would notify, say you did a ding to the insurance company or a ding to the police or what have you if someone is using it at an inappropriate time. My guess is this would run afoul of many, many federal and state laws. I'm not a legal expert on this, but you could absolutely expect that would be challenged by many, many groups.
I would imagine so.
Yeah.
And one last question. The charts that you showed about halfway through, so many of them had a higher crash rate for Georgia as opposed to Tennessee, South Carolina, other southeastern states with similar economies, similar
Well,
driving laws, so forth. Can you shed some light on that?
Well, compared to some other states in the region, actually, Georgia's economy has been more dynamic than many others in the United States for sure, and even within the Southeast. And so the fact that Georgia has benefited from relatively strong economy, that the greater Atlanta area, DeKalb County, has benefited from strong population growth. What you have seen is a disproportionate increase in traffic density in the state of Georgia relative to many other states. Now, other states are catching up, including South Carolina, but Georgia was sort of leading the pack here. And it's to the credit of the state's economy, but unfortunately, investment in infrastructure that might, say, reduce traffic congestion lags behind the state's growth. And
Okay.
we would typically see that in many states, yeah.
Okay. Any other questions for Dr.? Dr. Howard, thank you very much for coming out.
Thank you very much, sir.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a safe
Thank you.
trip back.
Thank you.
So Craig, and to our folks with State Patrol, thank you for being here. I'd like to queue up the video that we have ready. And are you guys ready to speak for just a moment? Is he on his way back, or is he still? Okay. We'll tell you what, while we're waiting on Colonel McDonough, Ms. Orhan, are you ready? Okay, so Craig, let's wait on that video for just a moment. Sorry about that. And let's have Ms. Orhan come up. Everyone, this is, I mentioned the 2010 texting law. It was named in honor of Caleb Sorohan. I believe he was 18. And Mandy here is Caleb's mother. So, Ms. Sorohan, please. Sorry for your loss, but thank you very much for being here. I know this is not easy,
No.
and I know this is emotional, but I really respect your time, and thank you for being here.
Well, I will start off by saying that I am not the speaker in the family, so my daughter is that. She couldn't make it today, but I did want to be here because I think this is a really important issue. I had 3 kids. These are my kids. Caleb is the middle. He was my firstborn. Show you guys. Caleb was just the kindest, most loving, gentle soul you would ever know. He was a great kid. He didn't get in trouble. He followed the rules. I like to think of 2009 as a big year for Caleb. He did a lot of things that year. He was a senior in high school. He went out for football for the very first time ever. He wasn't good at football. He was terrible, but he still went out for the team. Everybody made the team. That didn't mean they all got to play, but Caleb was the biggest fan on the sideline. He was the biggest support of the team. Everybody loved him. He really enjoyed being a part of that team. Also that year, Caleb got his braces off, and that's a big deal for a 17-year-old. He just so happened to get his braces off the day before graduation, which happened in May. In August, Caleb left for college. He went to North Georgia College, which was about 2 hours away from where we lived. He turned 18 in September after he started college. Another big event. In December, he finished his first semester of college, and he was coming home for his winter break. It was about the 12th of December. We waited for him. It was our tradition to decorate the Christmas tree, all of us together. So I waited to put up the tree so Caleb could come home and decorate that tree with us. And he did. We spent that weekend together as a family. Of course, Monday rolled around and my husband and I had to go back to work. The other kids went back to school, so Caleb was bored at home while he wasn't sleeping, as 18-year-olds do. And on Wednesday, December 16th, he decided to meet a friend in Athens to go Christmas shopping. They were on opposite sides of Athens, so they were meeting in the middle. As he was traveling to go meet her, they were texting back and forth. And Caleb was driving through Hard Labor Creek State Park, and the roads are kind of curvy there. And as he was looking down to read a text message, he veered into the oncoming lane. And there was an SUV pulling a horse trailer, and he hit it head on. He was killed instantly. This is Caleb's car. And if you're a parent, if you look at that car and know that your child was in it, it's very difficult to even imagine. This was 9 days before Christmas. We had spoken to Caleb multiple times about how dangerous it was to text and drive. He assured us that he wasn't doing it. We had his brother and sister watching him. I threatened him that I would take his car away if I found out that he was doing that. The sheriff came to our house that day to tell us what had happened. And as my husband put it, that very moment changed our lives forever. My daughter was there. To this day, she doesn't even remember how she reacted to them telling her. She has no idea that she screamed at them and hit them. She didn't even know she did that. The holidays now for us, of course, are very difficult. We never stay home for Christmas anymore. The whole family dynamic changes. Everybody grieves in a different way, so it's really difficult to understand the other family members' grieving process. At the funeral, some of you may know Dave Belton. He lives in our community. He came to us and told us there was a bill, and would we like to put our story with that bill so that we could have a better chance of getting a law passed. Of course, we did that, and we said absolutely anything that we can do to keep another family from going through this. That's what we wanted to do. So we started working on that. My daughter Alex, y'all may have seen her on the news at some point. She was 15 at the time. She and a group of high schoolers started lobbying. They came to the Capitol multiple times, and if you can imagine teenagers doing this, it was an amazing thing. But they got the bill passed through the House and the Senate. And when Sonny Perdue was the governor at that time, he was talking about possibly not signing the bill into law. Well, we got a phone-a-thon going at the high school, had everybody in our community calling the governor's office. My daughter went to his office, sat in the waiting room to get an appointment with him until he would speak to her. He gave her 5 minutes. When she went in, he asked her if she really felt like a law would make a difference. And she said, if it saves one life, it will be worth it. And he used that quote when he signed the law on TV. So we've educated a lot. My daughter, they put together a presentation with their high school where they would go around to other high schools and speaking to teens, which I feel like that makes a difference when it's not an adult telling a teen not to do something. We also spoke, my daughter and I spoke at a highway safety convention in Arizona. And it just so happened that Josh Turner from the Governor's Office of Highway Safety was there, and he saw us. And he went back and said, we need to get these people to apply for a grant. So we did that. The high school applied for a grant. So the next year, their presentation got to go farther out into the community and to speak to more schools, got them some better equipment. So, you know, they did a lot of educating. My son, Griffin, he was 13 at the time of the accident. When he was a freshman in high school, he applied and got a spot on the Teen Driving Commission. Alex, my daughter, continued to speak when she was in college. She became a peer educator at Berry College. She worked with AT&T to do an It Can Wait campaign commercial. And every year on September 19th, which is AT&T's Pledge Day, and it also happens to be Caleb's birthday, we go to the local high school and do a pledge drive, hoping to get everybody to re-pledge or the new kids to pledge new. And Alex also speaks at the driver's ed at the high school, the local high school, every May. We continue to educate, and I think that is important to educate. But society has been educated, and it's still a huge problem. They know it's dangerous. They admit that it's dangerous, but people still continue to do it. It's the "it won't happen to me" attitude that people have. And we just need stronger, more enforceable laws. And there are so many families like mine all over the United States that I have met. It's not just texting. It is talking on the phone. It's everything else that people do on the phone. We need stronger laws. We don't want another family to go through what we've gone through. It's going to be with us for the rest of our life. So we're just trying to make a positive impact so that our loved one's death can have a positive effect. But we need help. I think we need a hands-free law. I think it will make a huge difference. I would like to read something that my daughter wrote since she could not be here. When I lost my brother, I lost one of my best friends. I lost someone who had always been there for me and supported me. I lost someone that was supposed to be there for me through the rest of my life. He was supposed to watch me graduate from high school and then help me with the transition to college. I was supposed to be able to call him when I missed home or needed to figure out how to study for class. He was supposed to be the first child that my family got to see graduate from college. When I think about getting married one day or having children, he won't be there to see them. He won't get to meet my children, and they will be missing out on cousins they were supposed to have. It can be easy to put my family into a category that is different than yours. My family is in a category of losing a child, and yours isn't. My family isn't special or different in some way. It's just as easy for us to lose Caleb as it is for any of you to lose a family member. It can be easy to think it will never happen to your family. No one warned us that Caleb would die. It can happen to anyone in the blink of an eye. It may seem easy to sweep it under the rug and ignore this issue because it hasn't affected you directly. But if we all make a commitment to change things, you may be able to save other families from this heartache. I miss my brother every day, and I don't want anyone else to go through this because of a cell phone. We have to protect those we love, and an important aspect of this is safer roads. Our roads won't be safe until everyone is driving without a cell phone as a distraction. I still can't believe that my parents have to live in fear of losing another child due to someone driving distracted. There are too many people on the roads putting all of our lives in danger.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for letting me
Anybody
speak.
have questions from the committee? Thank you for coming. Okay, Craig, can I see the sign-up list? Troopers, do we have an ETA on McDonough? He's not gonna be here. I'm gonna speak on his behalf. Okay. So, if I could get the sign-up list, and then if you could play the public safety video, Craig? We're gonna move things around a little bit. Mr. Blackwood Commissioner Blackwood wanted to speak in the afternoon, given the other events here at the Capitol.
On August 4th, my brother Jacob Malden was killed in a motor vehicle accident from texting while driving. My brother was traveling to pick up a girl for a date. There was numerous amount of text messages and missed calls from this girl. She thought that he was just not coming to see her for some other reason, but in fact, he was dead. He could be alive here still if he did not check that cell phone that day. I'm a patrol sergeant here at Middle Georgia State University. It gives me a different perspective. These students are looking down at their phone, and yes, they're riding around campus, and it might not be an oncoming vehicle at 55 miles an hour, but it might be that pedestrian stepping out across the road. It's just so common now that people don't think about it until it's too late. My family and myself have not seen my brother since. We buried him in a closed casket funeral due to the fact that we couldn't manage to see him like that. It makes you think every time you hear that phone ring, or you even think about sending a text message, what the potential outcome could be. If you can't do it for yourself, then do it for your family, because you're not just affecting yourself when you're texting.
Thanks, Craig. As I mentioned, Harris Blackwood from the Office of Highway Safety, Governor's Office of Highway Safety, is going to speak in the afternoon. Trooper, go ahead.
All right, my name's Captain Derek Durden. I'm with the Office of Planning and Research for our department, and with me I have Lieutenant Josh Lamb. forgive me, but I got a phone call about an hour before this meeting to let me know by Colonel McDonald that I was going to be speaking this morning on his behalf. He is attending the security effort over at the Capitol this morning, and he's got a meeting with the governor this afternoon to discuss the flooding out west and our response to that. So he's pretty busy today, but I did want to come and bring a message from our agency to just say thank you for allowing us to be a part of this effort. We understand that enforcement is a key component to this comprehensive solution that hopefully we'll come up with to address the problem of distracted driving in Georgia. Our challenge is enforcement. We need a law with simple interpretation. I kind of relate it back to the seatbelt law when it was first introduced. It was not a primary enforcement law, it was a secondary law, which meant we had to stop somebody for some other violation before we could enforce the seatbelt law at that time. That seatbelt law was amended to include a primary violation, which means if we saw them see you with your seatbelt off, we can stop you and write you a citation for it. Well, that's the direction we feel like we need to head with distracted driving enforcement and the current law that we have. I agree with Ms. Sorhan, we need a hands-free law. What that does is enable the trooper, when he sees a violation, when he sees somebody with a cell phone in their hand, he doesn't have to guess what they're doing. You don't have a bunch of exceptions that, I was doing this and that and the other with the phone. That's going to deter troopers from making a stop if they're going to have to worry about making the case as to what this individual was doing when they stopped them. But you take that out of the equation if the person has a cell phone in their hand, they can stop them and write them a citation. It's all about deterrence. We're the hammer. We're part of the solution, but I don't think it's the solution. But if you put a hands-free law into effect, that enables our troopers to have the confidence in knowing when they stop the person that they do have a violation and they can take enforcement action and not have to worry about the interpretation, not have to worry about the confusion once the case goes to prosecution. Another component that we see as part of the solution is unmarked patrol cars. I've driven a marked patrol unit for 20 years, and you see a lot less violations in a marked patrol unit, as you can imagine, as you do in an unmarked patrol unit, which I currently drive. We do see a lot more in an unmarked patrol unit. We just don't have enough of them. Currently, we have unmarked patrol units that are for administrative staff like myself. We're not patrolling on a daily basis. We're doing administrative work. What we do with the limited number of unmarked patrol cars that we have right now, we try to set up details which are manpower intensive, and times now that we have so few of our troopers out there on the road, it taxes our resources, but we do set up details. We'll take what few unmarked patrol cars we have and put a trooper in them as a spotter and call out violations, and those are effective, but there again, they're hard to resource. So if we had more unmarked patrol units, if the law was changed to allow more unmarked patrol units, we could spot more violations and there again deter the behavior. And that's the message we've got at this point. I didn't bring a presentation with me this morning with a bunch of statistics, but I do believe Mr. Blackwood will have some for you this afternoon, but subject to your question.
Yeah, I thank you for that, and I appreciate your flexibility. That's kind of how things work around here.
Yes, sir.
A little bit. I think we're on our meeting in Warner Robins. We're going to talk in a little bit more detail about public safety in regard to incidents, observances, things like that. You had mentioned. Actually, we have a question first. Is that from the Colonel? Representative Hitchens.
I've been real quiet today, but I can stand the opportunity to speak with this gentleman who used to work for me for many years.
I was
But
going to say, he knows the answer to the question.
is it not true that every state police or highway patrol organization along the Atlantic seaboard has unmarked cars except the state of Georgia?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
Yeah. Is it also not true that the state patrol in Georgia is approximately the same size now as it was in 1970, when we had 4.5 million people in the state and the interstate system wasn't completed. And now we've gone from 4.5 million to 10.2, 10.3.
Unfortunately, yes, sir.
And is it not true that we come in last in the state as the number of last in the country in the number of troopers per 100,000 people? We have about 8 for every 100,000 people, and the national average is 24.
Yes, sir. Unfortunately, so. Yes, sir.
Chairman Golick.
Captain,
Yes, sir.
thank you for being here, especially on short notice.
Yes, sir.
On the unmarked point that you made before, just for my own edification and for our collective education, are you saying is there a prohibition in effect right now regarding the ability of the State Patrol and or other law enforcement to use unmarked vehicles? If
That's
you could
correct.
expand on that.
Yes, sir. Currently, according to state law, patrol vehicles that are used primarily for traffic enforcement must be marked according to the state law with the agency name, the letters of a certain inches on the vehicles. It has to be properly marked with a top-mounted light. There are some exceptions that allow patrol cars with no top-mounted light, but those are fewer in number that are allowed. And Representative Hitchens may be able to speak to the history of that more so than I could as to how like I said, the historical perspective on why that was so. But that's currently, we are restricted and not allowed to have unmarked patrol cars primarily for traffic enforcement use.
And we are unique in that prohibition.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Representative Hitchens, I thought you might have a response to that.
Many, many years, and I think it probably from the time that before we had post council, and I've always said, you know, that was originated in 1971, which set standards for law enforcement. But I was on post council for about 12 years, and I always made reference to the fact that in the days prior to that, we had a lot of people riding around in police cars who probably had backgrounds that weren't as honorable as some of the people they may have been arresting. But I had the opportunity to guard the sign in Ludowici under Lester Maddox's governorship, and you know, there were a lot of, and the sign said, "You're now entering Long County, Ludowici, Georgia. Don't get caught in a speed trap. Don't get fleeced in a clip joint." And that was pretty much the way things operated back then. And a lot of the laws that have with regard, you know, nobody in the state was allowed to have a radar except the State Patrol until the late 70s. Then it was cities or counties that had over 100,000, and finally it moved up so that pretty much anybody, if they met the standards, could have it. But it was all based on the fact that they thought that there were speed traps, if you will, and that people were running radar or speed detection devices to enhance their financial coffers in the city or the county. And I don't know if anybody here knows, but all the money is derived from the State Patrol. Any fines or forfeitures that come as a result of traffic enforcement for the State Patrol go to the city or the county in which they're located when they do the enforcement. So that kind of took away any incentive that, from the public's perspective, that they may have for enforcing laws for money, and that's why that came to be. But there's been a history in this state. You know, we when I was still working prior to coming over here, we had a bill that we had a really tough time with, and I was kind of surprised. And I see that most agencies aren't abiding by it right now. But we had a couple cars. For years, we were allowed to have one car in each patrol post that was a solid color. For budgetary reasons, I got an exemption for that when I was the colonel, and because we were having. It was cars were $500 a piece cheaper when we buy them. And when you buy 250, 300 a year, that's a significant savings, and they allowed us to have more, but it's gone back to that. But in order to remove lights off the top of the car, we had a bill to try and do that, and it almost didn't pass. The caveat that I used was I'd been up with the Michigan State Police a couple times, and they have a light on the dash on their car that is reversible. And when you read it through your rearview mirror, it says State Police. So in order to have one nowadays that doesn't have a light on top, the law says that you'll have one of those lights on there that says Alpharetta Police or State Patrol or whatever, but nobody's really really complied with that. But it's all about honesty and integrity and trying to do things in the proper fashion, and that's how we've come to that place in Georgia.
Thank you, Colonel. Representative Blackman.
Sir, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we're going to get into this law enforcement component a little bit deeper later on, but just real quick, as far as the enforcement goes of the current or existing law with respect to cell phone use, could you talk a little bit about that, Captain, please?
We are enforcing the law. Like I said, it's difficult for a trooper that's just driving down the road to make a determination quickly as to whether a person is indeed violating the law. You got to figure that the trooper, if he sees somebody with a cell phone in their hand, he's got to wonder, are they just dialing the phone, or they just answering the phone? If he goes ahead and says, okay, well, they're manipulating the phone, doing something, I can still try to make the case that it's distracted driving, but there again, it's left up to interpretation. Then you've got to go to court and convince a judge. If the prosecutor's not on board, I mean, he's probably going to wind up losing the case, if nothing else, to give the benefit to the driver. Well, that goes back to the trooper having an attitude of such that, is it really worth it for me to try to go down this road for this violation when there's a lot more aggressive behaviors that I'm seeing that I need to enforce, refer to. So it is enforceable, but like I said, it's about deterrence. We're not able to muster the resources to do these special details on a regular basis, not such that we're going to really put a dent in it. We're going to need, like I said, this hands-free law would give us the opportunity, just like the primary seatbelt law. If you see them not wearing their seatbelt, pull them over, and that's a violation. If we see them with a cell phone in their hand while they're driving, that's the primary violation. We stop them. And then you'll see your enforcement go up, and then you'll see the deterrent effect kick in.
Visibility is a key component there currently, right? Is that correct? I mean, you have to see the phone.
The officer has to be able to make the case that there was distracted driving. Yeah, you would need to see the phone. You would need to see some behavior that would lend you to believe that it's a phone, or, like I said, distracted driving is not just cell phone use. They could be,
yes, sir.
They could be eating. I've seen there was a case down in Savannah, I believe, where a case was made and was litigated with in Pooler, where a young lady was eating, I think, and she was convicted of distracted driving. So it takes on many forms, but we know that the cell phone use is pervasive right now. We know that there are a lot of wrecks that are happening as a result of it. It's just hard right now to quantify, when we look at crash data, to determine whether, when the reports are coming in, how is the investigating officer, the trooper, going to determine whether this was a distracted driving crash unless the person admits to it. And I think it was alluded to about the technology that's available on the phone. Are we going to take a rear-end collision or a single vehicle wreck and go get a search warrant for a cell phone to try to piece together whether the circumstances are such that we can make the case that this is a distracted driving crash? I don't see that happening.
And it wouldn't necessarily be worth it in a following too close kind of situation anyway, right? Because they're at fault. Thank you, Captain.
Yes.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we have another question over here. Colonel Hitchens.
Originally, but I am from the Savannah area and represent Pooler, and we had, I guess, the year before last, 2 significant wrecks. I think some of them are going to come and testify when we come to Savannah. But there were 5 people. I think it got nationwide attention when the 5 young nursing students were hit, and it very obviously was distracted driving, and in those kinds of cases, you do go get search warrants,
Yeah.
and it was an $82 million settlement in that case for the 5 girls that got killed. But the other thing is, with regard to traffic enforcement generally, is that if a judge in a certain area won't convict for that offense, it goes unenforced. Law enforcement officers are going to take it to court if they know at the onset. The thing that really gets me is people who don't use their turn signals. you know, particularly, but, you know, when you're a judge, and I just try and put myself in their position, you're sitting up there in court. Does that seem like something's really serious when some young lady gets up and says, well, I just forgot to turn my turn signal on? Are you gonna hammer her for that? It generally doesn't happen, and I see people, when you're getting ready to pull out and they're coming towards you and you sit there and traffic's moving and you restrain yourself from making that turn because you believe they're going straight, and then they turn at the last minute and you could have gone, but you're following them and all of a sudden they slam on brakes and make a left turn without turning the turn signal on. You're supposed to do it 100 feet prior to making the turn, but it never happens. Littering's a big thing with me, and you know, a lot of judges won't convict for littering. If you throw a cup out the window or something and take them to court, I had one throw a beer can out one time on I-16 and threw it up and hit my window on my patrol car back 40 years ago. And the judge dismissed it because he was convicted of DUI, but he dismissed the littering part. And, you know, I thought after that, what's the sense?
Right.
One more, Chairman Gullett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to be clear, I understand the distinction between the no texting law and then not having, you know, if the phone is in the hand, are they texting? Are they are they dialing for a phone call? And then in any event, it's not primary anyway. So law enforcement at that point is thinking to himself or herself, well, I see no other predicate act that I can go ahead and have probable cause to go ahead and pull the individual over, and then possibly add that charge, maybe not. And so they're thinking, they're moving on. I mean, they're not even considering it as a possibility. But just to be clear on what options they do have, I mean, right now we have an existing, my understanding is, we have an existing distracted driving law right now.
Yes, sir.
So as a practical matter, they could actually, if they're eating a cheeseburger, if somebody's putting on makeup, I mean, whatever, it could be really anything.
Playing
And it's
on the radio.
right. It's an eye of the beholder determination on the part of law enforcement.
Right.
So could not law enforcement go ahead and go forward with the stop under the existing distracted driving statute, forgetting about hands-free, forgetting about texting, under the existing distracted driving, and is that not primary?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay.
It is, and what I'm talking about is degrees of enforcement.
Okay.
As far as the enforcement effort, if you want to see the number of arrests go up and create that deterrent effect, you want to see those numbers go up.
Yeah.
And just like I'll take the illustration of speeding on a particular highway. If we get complaints on a particular highway and we start scheduling troopers on that particular road and they're writing a lot of citations, you're going to see people slow down on that highway. We are making cases under the current distracted driving law now, but I submit to you that they're not in the number that you would see if you had a hands-free law.
That's a point well taken. Colonel Hitchens went ahead and made the point that I was going to take. The technology regarding the warrant, you know, on the phone, as you know better than I do, that technology exists now. It is. I would predict within a generation that's going to be standard operating procedure, just by virtue of the development of that technology. Separate and apart from the privacy issue that goes along with it, there's a way to go ahead and figure out, was the phone in use,
Kind of like the implied consent law where you...
without and of course stopping short on the content. The content is not relevant. What's relevant is, was the device in use at the time of the accident. So I think that's coming, regardless, and certainly it's going to be more a function of the severity of the accident, involved.
And we see technology as a integral part of this effort. I mean, like you said, the technology exists, the software can be written and help supplement our enforcement efforts as part of a comprehensive solution.
To the Colonel's point regarding the turn signal, I have the same pet peeve that you do, absolutely. I think a lot of us do. I think what ends up happening, though, as a practical matter, is that you've got individual, they're running a stop sign and the turn signal. What's the solicitor going to do if they're going to go ahead and plead guilty on the moving violation, one of the moving violations? They'll go ahead and recommend dismiss on the second. They'll plead to the first. The points will go on the license anyway, and the fine comes in. I think that's the real deal in state court, if just from my perspective.
Of course, you work in the metropolitan area. When you get out in Hay-Hira, Georgia, it's a little bit different, and everybody knows everybody, and the judge knows everybody that he deals with, except those people who happen to be transiting through the county.
If the gentleman so states. I did have one question, just, and forgive my ignorance, but what is if there's a violation of texting and driving, and that can be, it's specific to that, not, holding a phone, talking, or what have you. If it's specifically texting and driving, what is the monetary fine range or specific, and what are the points assessed, or what have you?
Please do.
It's a minimum $150 fine. It's only 1 point, and that's an issue that needs to be addressed too.
Okay. Can you note that down as well, Craig?
Thank you, 'cause I didn't know off the top of my head.
Any other questions for State Patrol? Harris, you ready? Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Blackwood, thank you for making time this morning.
Pardon my tardiness. I
Fully understood.
got delayed outside a little bit. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, it's a pleasure to be here with you.
Just as we did already play the Governor's Office of Highway Safety video in regard to distracted driving just a moment ago, so sorry you weren't here for that.
I'm sorry I missed it. And I want to tell you, we have worked very diligently to try to get that message out to young people. We're working right now with Georgia Public Broadcasting on their high school football games to promote that to an audience where we think it's very relevant. NHTSA, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, has done some studies. They tell us that we should focus our attention, our messaging, to males between the ages of really 16 and about 35. That's where the largest group is, and that's what we've been trying to do. We have spent a good bit of money on that. We sponsored a race at the Atlanta Motor Speedway, one of the Xfinity Series races. We have tried to reach young people where they are, and we did a program with Atlanta Braves baseball, which was very successful this year. The Braves weren't, but the program was.
Understood. I'm from Cobb. I understand.
But we were very pleased with the response we got. And what was nice about it is the Braves sold us at last year's ratings, and they've had double the ratings this year because a lot of people want to see the new stadium. So we've been very fortunate in that. We know there's a problem. We know that there is a problem, and unlike when drugs or alcohol are involved, we have a test we could do to understand that for certain. We see crashes that are symptomatic. We don't call them accidents; we call them crashes, because most of them could be avoided. But we see crashes that involve rear-end collisions, leaving the roadway and overcorrecting, crossing the center line. We have had rear-end collisions where the car striking from the rear never touches the brakes. That's a serious problem, ladies and gentlemen. And most of the time, distracted driving is the issue, and most of the time that is due to texting and driving. I say we can't test, first of all, the Supreme Court is giving very clear guidelines on what can be done with somebody's phone. If there was a fatality involved, perhaps we could subpoena the records and look at the phone that way. But if it's just a violation, there's no the cost of doing that and the time involved and so forth is very difficult. When there is a crash, often that phone in someone's hand goes out the window, under the seat, out of the car one way or another, and when first responders get there, their first job is not to find the phone. Their job is to get the person out of the car and get them to medical treatment. And sometimes that phone is either never found or turns up later and the battery's dead and nobody knows what they were doing. We're trying to do everything we can, but we know that there is another step in this. Hands-free is not a cure-all, but it makes the law more enforceable. And I'm sure Captain Durden has spoken very eloquently to that, and I'm not going to go back on that again. We need to do something that can serve the needs, because we don't want to go down this road any longer. I'm thankful so much to have my friend Mandy Sorahan, who I don't know if y'all have heard from her yet or not, but I want to tell you, she has been I have called her and her children numerous times. Matter of fact, their last year, the last year, when her daughter was a senior in high school, the Morgan County School District allowed them to travel to other high schools and give a demonstration of what happened when Caleb lost his life. And I am so grateful to that family for being willing to be voices of those who have suffered. And I've said many times, I count them among my friends, but I wish I didn't know them. Because the only reason I know her and know others is because of texting and driving. Thank you. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean, you're going to make me cry too. But there are too many parents out there, too many young adults who have lost their lives in these crashes. Yes, there's an economic reason because it's going to drive insurance rates up. A rear-end collision now becomes a major medical event and other costs involved with that. But we've seen a 30% increase in the number of fatalities in the last 3 years here in Georgia. And a lot of those are due to these kinds of crashes that are symptomatic of distraction. And let me say this, we've got laws that limit the number of passengers in a car of young drivers. We need to adhere to that. That's a distraction too. That's as much a distraction as that phone is. But if we can have officers can look in a car without any, and they see somebody with the phone in their hand and they know that they're using it, whatever they're using it for. There are too many hands-free devices. Some of the phones are already equipped with that. And it can happen, and it should happen. We want to work with your committee and with this General Assembly in finding an answer that is workable, that makes the law enforceable, and can help us end this tide of death. And it is just an unbelievable thing. That's what and we will say more about this as we go to other hearings, but let me just say, thank you for beginning this discussion. And we will provide you all the data that we can of what's happened in other states, and we will get that information to members of this study committee. And with that, I'll stop if there might be any questions that someone wants to ask.
We do have one, but Harris, I just want to say, I think I speak for everyone on the committee. We're committed to a solution as well, both policy-wise and enacting it, if that's what is needed.
And let me assure you, whatever you do, we will allocate dollars to, just as we've done. For example, we did a program when seatbelts came to be in pickup trucks. We did some promotional things with that. We will do whatever is needed to get that word out where people understand. If we need to put signs or go on their electronic message board at the welcome centers to let people know, or put up signs on the roads, whatever we need to do, we will rest assured we will join you in making sure that no one is caught off guard that the law in Georgia has changed. And we hope we can make a change for the positive.
Thank you, Harris.
Any
Chairman Gullett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Blackwood, I appreciate your service and your obvious passion for the issue. It's rare these days, and it doesn't go unnoticed, and it's not unappreciated. Understanding that your office and the administration can't prejudge a bill before you actually physically see it, we can't do that either. But as a 50,000-foot general conceptual matter, is there any reflexive from your comments just now, and I just wanted to reinforce it, I feel and hear no reflexive negative on the idea of going to a hands-free prohibition and making that a primary offense, the captain's
Absolutely.
comment earlier. Is that a
there are
fair statement?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You are correct, sir.
Thank you.
And let me say this, you know, one of the things, I know that there have been some discussions about using them at stop signs and traffic lights. We would lose, I mean, our current law is as it is, it's tightly written that you can't, you know, you have to be off the road and in park, essentially, to use to text or to send a message. And of course, one thing we try to educate people about, there's some people say, well, I wasn't texting, I was on Facebook. I mean, people say these kinds of things, y'all have heard it. You know, I was on Snapchat or something, or, you know, and
That's better.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, that's, you know, I wasn't playing with a shotgun, it was a pistol. You know, it's just not, it amazes me. And, you know, I get a sense sometimes talking to people that they don't like the person in front of them texting, they don't like the person behind them texting, but by God, don't tell me I can't do it. And you know, I hear that. I hear some people actually give voice to that, and I want to go, are you crazy? And you know, we are killing somebody on the roads of this state every 6 hours. We are number 4 behind California, Texas, Florida, and then us.
And the rate of fatalities that you're seeing, and you obviously we look at this on a year-to-year basis.
Mm-hmm.
The rate of increase has steadily increased
yeah.
to the point where we're now through August, and we're ahead. Are we ahead of 2016 numbers?
We are essentially tied with last year. When you get a report from the DOT, and they do a great job, we are now at about 95% electronic reporting of crashes, so they come in a lot faster.
Mm-hmm.
But before a crash goes to the DOT, which is the repository for all these crash reports, it has to be signed off by a sergeant or a captain or somebody. And if it happens on a weekend, something that happened last Thursday or Friday might not be signed off until today and might not be reflected until tomorrow's report. So we were about 10 or 12 fatalities apart, and the truth of it is we're essentially tied with last year. We're not, 10 down in terms of lives lost is not anything to write home about. It's usually a small percentage.
And Mr. Chairman, the one point that sometimes gets not glazed over, but we sometimes forget as to how big our state is relative to the rest of the country. I believe we're the number. No, population.
Oh, I see.
We're the number, I believe, 8th state in the country.
8 or 9.
Now, and our rate of increase will put us higher than that. It's just a question of to what position and when.
Right.
Because people are still moving here. They're moving out to the Southwest. They're moving to Florida for some reason.
Which means more drivers.
and we're only going to go up. So what that means, the density goes up, the number of physical cars on the road goes up as gas prices stabilize and have stabilized over the last few years. If that remains the same, that only means more people on the road, more miles driven, regardless of what the infrastructure looks like.
Right.
And so that goes to Mr. Blackwood's point about we're really playing catch up.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
At the very best, we're playing catch up by virtue of hands-free and going to primary, and that is not the be-all and end-all and the cure-all. It's not. But it's definitely intuitively, it's a significant step in the right direction in terms of saving a life. I go to the lady's comments earlier. If it saves one life,
is it worth it? Absolutely. And let me say this: a lot of people ask me sometimes, how do we have more fatalities than say New York or Pennsylvania or, and you've got states there that have, you've got New York City with 5-6 million people, and most of them don't own a car.
Right. It's average miles driven per person.
And our vehicle miles traveled is
yeah.
And sometimes you tell people that from the Georgia line at Chattanooga, Tennessee to the state line below Valdosta is further than from New York to Washington, D.C. I mean, it's a big state. And, we're seeing this as much on rural roads as we do in town.
Thank you, Rich. Representative Clark.
And just to follow up on all that as well, we're the 8th most populated state. Is there any way you can get data that, with us being 4th in fatalities, with the amount of extra traffic we have that's not even our population, with Hartsfield being a heavy used airport, that you have a lot of pass-through interstates with I-75 that's not our population, the ports and the traffic that brings in, is there a way that you could get data on the usage of our roads compared to other states as well?
We get overall numbers, but I can't, I can't break down North Carolina tags versus Georgia tags. But,
Right.
But, but you're right. When you travel the interstate highways of the state, you're going to see a lot of tags from up north on the way to see Mickey Mouse. And on I-16, you see tags on those containerized shipments from all over the place. And there are trucks. I think there's 40,000 trucks a week now go out of the port, and they're estimating that will triple. Colonel, correct me if I think that's right. It's going to triple with the Panamax ships that will be coming this way.
And so if you could just get us the raw numbers then, just to see, because I feel like even though we're the 8th most populated state, we're probably higher up on the amount of traffic we
Vehicle
have.
miles traveled is higher in the state, and I'll get you I'll get you the information I can on that.
Okay, thank you.
We'll get that to you.
And just as a housekeeping note, I think we're talking about a share folder that we're going to set up for all the committee members, such that if we get one request and the data comes in, everybody can see that same data, as opposed to multiple requests to Harris or the captain or what have you. If that's fair.
Okay.
Two questions. Number 24, is that Darlene?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question has to do, are we able to track to see if these incidents and accidents, are they commercial drivers, be it long-haul truckers, or is it cabs and Uber drivers, or is it private drivers?
I would dare say, first of all, the truckers have a very strict federal regulation on them. They cannot have a phone in their hand. They can make one call to the place they're delivering to, and that's it has to be pre-dialed if I understand but in terms of they are, and the fines, which are regulated by the federal government on that, are, I think, in the neighborhood of about $2,000. They have. $2,750 for the driver, $11,000 for the company. Okay. That will certainly make you put your phone down, I would think. But we have but we're seeing where we have seen the spike in fatalities. I can give you that. The spike in fatalities has come in 18 to 35.
Okay.
That's where the bubble is there, and that's why we're buying sports programming to advertise on. That's why we buy shows late at night that I say, we've got a spot on that. Some of it I don't understand, but ultimate fight challenge, and two guys just brutalizing each other. But young people watch that, and if we can get our message on there, great.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So we're coming up on a break. We have, for folks on the committee, we have a Reality of Rides simulator set up by Allstate. Emily Bagwell, if you could raise your hand. She's got a map over there in regard to, so we're going to break for lunch for just a minute, but don't get up. We're going to break for lunch. We're going to come back. I've got 11:42. I want to come back here at 1 o'clock. Emily with Allstate has a map to the Reality Rides simulator that Allstate, frankly, committee members has really sacrificed to bring us this simulator. They've also providing lunch for us. Is the simulator open to the committee members and everyone, and just lunch for the committee members? Is that how it works?
That's correct. We welcome anybody that wants to come down.
So anybody Allstate has really gone out of the way, to everyone here, Allstate has really gone out of their way to do this. It's a fantastic opportunity to take a look at the simulator and what its capabilities and so forth. How far of a walk, Emily? 6-7 minutes, something like that? 2-3 blocks?
It's just on the other side of the
Okay. And I did want to mention a couple of housekeeping items. We have David Waltrip here from Medical Association of Atlanta. David, are you here? Hi, David. And Bethany from MAG as well. Great. I just wanted to mention Medical Association of Georgia, in addition to the Medical Association of Atlanta, is to my knowledge the only entity in Georgia, or private entity, should I say, working on a campaign on this issue. Not necessarily endorsing any type of legislation, but in regard to an anti-distracted driving campaign, gearing that up. And right now, I would ask you to see Bethany or David, if you're not going to stay here this afternoon, to see either them or Derek Norton, who's one of their government relations professionals. I do ask that you see them before you leave if you can't make it back for the afternoon. Let's, Emily, you have those maps. Let's come back here in this room at 1 o'clock. Brian, can you text Bob and Keisha and tell them where we're at? And we'll see everybody at 1 o'clock. Ready, Joel? Ready, Joel? Okay. Is it working now? The mic?
The mic is working,
Good,
yes.
good, okay. Let's go ahead and get started. It's a couple minutes after. If you could, I know you now, but Joel, if you could introduce yourselves and your background and how you came to this issue, and just for everyone's knowledge. And we have your presentation ready to go.
Okay. So, I lost a child to distracted driving. My name's Joel Feldman. That was back in 2009. So, together with many of the other people in this room, we've been affected personally by distracted driving. I drove distracted all the time before my daughter Casey was killed. I'm a practicing attorney, and I thought that I was very busy and I needed to connect with judges and clients and friends and family. And I have to tell you that I was very, very lucky that I never killed anyone else's child, spouse, friend, or anyone else. Very, very lucky. If you'd asked me, I would have said I was a safe driver. I didn't get tickets, wasn't in crashes, but looking back, I was a lucky driver. So what I want to talk to you about today is, well, I'll tell you a little bit about what I've been doing. So law enforcement asked me after Casey's death, would I go out and would I speak to folks? And I said yes. And I was comfortable speaking because I am a trial attorney, but it's very different talking about being in front of a judge and jury and then talking about the death of your child. But it quickly occurred to me that what did I really know about this? Because I mean, I could talk to you and I could talk to you, but if I'm not going to change your attitudes and behaviors about distracted driving, then I'm really wasting my time. So I went back to school. I got a master's in counseling, and I worked at a drug and alcohol facility. Specifically, I wanted to work in the relapse unit because I think if you think about folks that have difficulty changing attitudes and behaviors, perhaps those who need those services. I also worked for a while doing grief counseling in a hospice. But what all the speakers have said so far today is laws would be a good idea, specifically a handheld ban, but we need more than that. We need education. We need enforcement. We need to change the way we look at distracted driving. I mean, I'm sure everybody in this room has a story, many of them, about, gosh, I remember seeing that guy who was driving distracted, that gal, and you're annoyed at him. Yet probably we all drive distracted. How many of us have kids that we're worried about our kids in terms of their driving? Okay. Keep your hands up as parents or grandparents if you do anything to keep your children safe. Okay, put them up if you do anything to keep your children safe. Only keep your hands up if you've never driven distracted with your kids in the car. So we have one person, perhaps. So that's kind of where we are. That's kind of where we are. We have employers who probably tell their employees, hey, be safe out there, be safe out there. Yet aren't we asking our employees to respond to our texts and emails and do that because it's what's necessary for business? So I'm going to talk about a lot of different things. I worked on presentations with Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. They had pediatricians, teen messaging experts, behavior change experts. That's really important to me. If we're going to do something, we ought to do it right. We do pre- and post-presentation surveys, and we have some studies done showing what we've done right, maybe what we haven't done right, and things that we can improve. And we have a volunteer network of speakers who've spoken with about 400,000 kids across the country in 48 states and about 12,000 in Georgia. And I've been down here a fair number of times, spoken at a bunch of the local high schools. And I'll tell you, I was just talking with some folks over at the All-State Simulator. I said, you know, every time I come down here, I really feel like there's a difference. And you folks are so kind and you're so nice. Your kids in the schools, I take my hat off to you because they are more likely to come up to me after a presentation and say, we're so sorry for your loss, than when I give talks all around the country. So you're doing something right there, and that's that graciousness, that selflessness. And then that's why it's particularly jarring to me when I come down here and I see how people drive on your roads. Like, what happens? What happens when you kind, selfless people get behind the wheel of a car? And I'm not saying it's worse down here than in other states, but it's more jarring to me because you're nicer folks, you're more caring folks. At least that's what I've seen. So let's talk about some of this stuff. So I have 2 children, but only one child is alive. And I'm alive and my child is dead. And that's an awful thing for a dad to say. I will say that I'm very, very fortunate, not for why I do this, but in the aftermath for all the support I get, and I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic that we can change attitudes, we can change culture so that we can save lives. And when we talk about autonomous vehicles and forward crash avoidance, and we talk about, I was at Road to Zero in DC at the US Department of Labor in the spring, autonomous vehicles, that's what it's going to do. Autonomous vehicles, that's going to save lives. Well, I hope it does, but how many thousands of us are going to be killed until that comes into being? And you heard from Bob Hartwig earlier about how long it's going to take. It's not acceptable to me to have our children die. And it's everybody, but my particular focus is the children. I mean, look at Casey. That picture was taken, she had just graduated high school, she was going to go on to college. She was killed between her junior and senior year at college, but that picture was taken when she was 18. And I remember when it was taken, and I remember all the promise, the future that I saw in her. And when I go to schools, maybe I've talked with your kids in your schools, I look at those kids and I say, gosh, look at all the promise. So yeah, people say to me, you do this so no other family goes through what you're going through. I do. But I do it because Casey doesn't have her future, and I want your children, our children, Georgian children, United States of American children to have that future, because we can do this. But we have to change the way we think about distracted driving. We have to be good role models. We need laws. We need education. And to the people who say that education hasn't worked, I agree with them. To some extent it hasn't worked, but if education hasn't worked, we better look at that education. What is that education? What is that public campaign? And we better change it. So I was doing some talks with some folks up in British Columbia, and the Abbotsford Police Department gave this to me. And I think we talk a lot about phones, so I just did want to emphasize the point that it's not just phones. And I think that point was made by the earlier speakers. It's not just phones. Any women here ever drive with your purse on the passenger seat? Yeah, okay. Well, this is for you. Just a few seconds looking for something. The gentleman survived, but it's just taking our eyes off of the road, taking them away from the primary focus of driving. So what I thought I would do is in the PowerPoint, I'd get out my recommendations at the beginning, and I'd kind of explain those for you. And I purposely put education first. I know this is a legislative body, it's a committee, but you're not going to do this without education. So I drove distracted with my kids in the car. The hands that we saw here, even though we would do anything to keep our children safe, and we say those words, I would do anything to keep my children safe, our actions belie our words. Psychologists talk about cognitive dissonance shaking people up. So these are some of the things that the research psychologists and others have talked to me about how you can get through to parents. And I think getting through to parents to change their driving behaviors, you get through to them because of their children. I mean, our children are the most important people in the world to us, So in elementary and middle schools, we have bullying curricula. Why don't we have distracted driving curricula? It's starting to be done. We need to do that. We need to talk to kids earlier. Bystander intervention training is when you teach people when they see something going on, and this is for bullying. Colleges do it for binge drinking. Bystander intervention, how to speak up effectively. So you can get people to change. We're doing that with middle school kids. We're doing it with high school kids, giving them tools so that they can speak up in a non-confrontational fashion. I was at the University of Colorado last week, and their freshmen can't get their spring courses unless they show that they've completed in the fall bystander intervention. And it's traditionally been for safe sex practices and binge drinking, and now they're going to be adding distracted driving. Legislators lead by example. I mean, I'm not going to ask you publicly to say who texted and drove on their way here today or in the last couple of days. I won't do that to you, but you know if you've been doing that. People know if you've been doing it, especially I imagine if you come from small communities, people know who you are. What kind of example would it be if you're pulled over to the side of the road safely and they see you talking on your phone instead of driving down the road? There's all sorts of things that legislators are doing around the country. They're sponsoring license plate contests for kids, design a distracted driving license plate. And you'll see I keep talking about kids because I'm optimistic. I talk with kids. They can change the way we all think about things, and they need our help. And we're not helping our kids the way we should be, and that's evidenced by the appalling rates of deaths and injuries to our children. Community events, community talks, sponsoring talks. I've done talks all across the country with state reps, state senators. They set up a talk in the community. I come in, I have some of my speakers come in. It's a great way to meet people in the community, and it's a great way to talk about this with kids, which we need to do. All right, legislation. I will talk about why I think that a Georgia handheld ban makes sense. I'm working on some waiver programs now with some state attorney generals. And I don't know if this is legislative or this is educational, depending upon how it's set up here, but you give someone a ticket for distracted driving, and they know that they can go online, they can see a course, an educational course, and when they print out something that shows they've seen the course, they either get a complete waiver or they get a reduction in the fine. So we educate the folks about it. It's another opportunity to talk to people about it. Always you can consider increasing fines and points for violations. I think someone made that point before. Sentencing guidelines. In Pennsylvania, if you killed someone while you're texting, you would rarely go to jail. Of course, there were terrible tragedies, and now Daniel's Law was passed. And if you kill someone while you're texting, you'll get a 2-year sentencing enhancement, just the way you would for DUI, for a serious bodily injury, and you get a 5-year sentencing enhancement if you kill someone. So these are just things that you should consider. And again, I'm used to people interrupting me in my presentations. As I said, I'm a lawyer and judges always interrupt me, so I don't think I'd be comfortable if you didn't interrupt me, okay? So let's just talk about this. We have human choice fatalities. What are the human choice fatalities? Speeding, I choose to speed. I choose not to wear a seatbelt. I choose to drive drunk, or I choose to drive distracted. 2015, the largest percentage increase was distracted driving. That was 8.8%. Failing to wear seatbelts is 5%, alcohol 3%, and then speeding 3%. These slides are from our presentation. Why there's pink in there and why I wear pink is because pink was Casey's favorite color. Inexperience and distraction is a terrible combination, an awful combination. Distracted driving disproportionately affects our children. Road crashes disproportionately affect our children. 3 times the fatal crashes of any other age group. More serious teen crashes than drunk driving. More serious teen crashes than drunk driving. 58% of serious teen crashes caused by distraction. You compare that to what you'd see on the NHTSA site, and it's probably 13 or 14%. But for teens, it's that high. The biggest distractions, inter-car talking with other passengers or the phone. So Lytx teamed up. Lytx is a company that does driver's ed, and they also have cameras. A lot of commercial trucks have Lytx cameras in them. And they teamed up with AAA Foundation, and they outfitted about 1,700 cars of teens with parental notification, and the teens know the cameras are in there. One's on their face, one's on their road. Let's just take a look at some of the things that we see. They overcorrect, they're inexperienced, and they look at the phone and they're oblivious to everything happening, Virginia, Massachusetts, I believe Connecticut, New Jersey, it's pending. They now are requiring parents, and Texas, parents to attend a course before their kid can receive their driver's ed certification upon the number of hours and go take their test. Parents to attend it, because parents are not being good role models for their children. So what this shows is what teen drivers say they participate in while driving. This was a State Farm survey chart that I adapted. The pink is all teen drivers. The gray is teen drivers once you get 3 years of driving experience. So on the left, searching for music, all teen drivers a little bit below 50%. Those that have their license for 3 years, over 50%. Sending text messages, just below 30%, over 40%. Reading social media, recording video, watching videos. So the point that was made earlier by speakers, it's not just texting. It's not just texting. And, you know, my daughter was killed when a 58-year-old man reached across his vehicle to get to his GPS. My daughter's just as dead as if that driver had been texting. Now, would a law like this have prevented my daughter's death? No, but the awareness that this law will produce, the awareness, the communication, the talking about it, that may have made a difference. But if not for my daughter, then perhaps your children.
Phil, we have one question. Representative Prince.
Can you go back to that slide 1 second? I know you talked about the different things that kids are doing or teens are doing, but I think this also shows a trend that the more comfortable they become, i.e. 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, the more they do this. So, I mean, would you not take that from this chart as well?
I agree with that. I think you're absolutely right. And I have another slide that'll show that even more graphically. 16 to 19-year-olds text, sending text. We're not talking about reading a text. We're talking about composing a text 30 to 33% of the time. And the 19 to 25-year-olds, and up to actually 29-year-olds, it's up well above 50%. So we do think there is a part of that they get comfortable with. And you think about your law today. Your kids, they can't touch their phone. They're on their 18th birthday, they can touch their phone, right? That's what your law is today. They can't use it at all, and then when they turn 18, they can use their phone. So, I mean, how does that, I'm not being critical of, you know, what you've done in Georgia. I mean, it's a mess all over the country, and I'm really thankful that you guys are here wanting to do this, but how does that make sense? Take an 18-year-old driver and say, okay, you got to be 18, go use your phone, do whatever you want. It's really counterintuitive, but you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. So we talk about kids a lot. We ought to talk about moms and dads and other people. Representative Clark, what do you think? C, all right. Always go with C. Representative Golick, what do you think about what percent of adults now own a smartphone? Hey, I tell you, you guys deserve to be where you are. You guys are bright. And that's why I have all the confidence that you're going to do the right thing legislatively and education-wise to keep everybody safe. Yeah, so you look at that, and was there ever more a need to keep these phones out of everybody's hands? Keep them out of everybody's hands. The evolution of technology adoption and usage, the leftmost dark blue line is using social media. 2010, we're about 40, maybe 50%. As of last year, we're about 70%. I'm sure that's higher. Own a smartphone, and at that same time, 35% up to 77%, and then the tablet. It's exploding. Smartphone ownership is exploding, and the uses, the variety of uses that we use our smartphones for, unfortunately, while driving, is also exploding. And this latest study by ZenDrive, they had an app and it just measured all the folks that agreed to use it. 3.1 million miles, 5.6 billion, 3.1 million drivers, 5.6 billion miles. 88% of trips, people are using phones. 77% matching the other study from the Pew Research Center, smartphones. For each 60 minutes of driving, 3.5 minutes on the phone. When I first read that, I thought it would have been worse, but it's bad. It's bad enough. So it's out there. People are using it. We need to do something about it. All right, so here's what we come up with. Can I tell you guys, if you pass, guys and gals, if you guys pass a handheld ban, will it be effective? I think so, and the studies that have been done are conflicting. There are studies that say it has been effective. I am not a statistics guy. When you start talking about binomial regressions and things like that, I skip it and I go right to the conclusion and the discussion. I'll be honest with you, I don't understand that stuff, but you will have experts on both sides of this issue saying they are effective. You'll have experts who are saying they haven't been proven to be effective. There is evidence for any position you want. I personally think that the effective side has a little bit better of the argument, but I can't pretend to understand all of the varieties, whether or not this was an adequate control group, that sort of thing. If you want to get down in the weeds, God bless you on that. But I think that there's a slight skew in favor of that they will be effective. Texting bans, primary texting bans, have been shown to be effective a number of times, 3 to 7% in the reduction of fatalities. And I wish we had proof for handheld bans, but we have this, and then we have the not effective ones, and they're out there. I've given a little bit more detail in my written submission, and I have some things on my website, endd.org. Anybody have any questions on that before we go further? Yeah.
Rich Kohler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate your being here, and sorry for your loss. I don't know what else I could possibly say. There's nothing
I appreciate it. Thank you.
The issue, in my mind, is quickly distilling into, is the handheld ban effective? Are we going to see, is it going to move the needle in terms of the fatalities Captain sees and Mr. Blackwood sees on an annual basis if we go ahead and put in the handheld ban as opposed to not? What I've heard is that, well, it does move the needle. It does lessen the number of fatalities. I've heard, well, it's inconclusive. We're not sure. Do you know of any, I'm going to go ahead and go to the other side of that issue.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know of any evidence, any empirical evidence that suggests, as counterintuitive as this may sound, do you know of any empirical evidence that exists that suggests that going to a handheld ban actually makes the situation worse?
I can't remember which study it was, but there was a study that found within the statistically significant margin of error, a -1%. In other words, a 1% increase. I believe a fatality study, not crashes, but fatality. That was within the margin of error. Yes, so that's the way I would answer that question. The other studies show, we can't say, the ones that say it's not effective really say, we don't know if it is or it isn't. We can't prove that it is. The ones here, they've said, yes, they are effective. So we can't prove that it is or isn't, and then we have these folks saying that it is effective. But, I look at studies, I read studies as best as I can understand them, and there are so many confounding variables in these things. Even if you distill out the economy, gas prices, weather.
Just on I want to make sure I understand what you say, because I don't think I did understand what you said.
So let me repeat it.
And the -1%, you were attributing that to the -1%, meaning a 1% departure downward.
No, increase
in fatalities.
Yes.
Where you had a handheld ban.
And that was
where you had a handheld ban.
Exactly. And they've had decreases, 6% one study, 8%, 14% in an earlier study. But that 1% where they had an increase, that was in the statistical margin of error.
Okay, and within that particular set that was used for that study, did that encompass vehicle-to-vehicle crashes, vehicle-to-pedestrian incidents? Did it distill down into into a consistent fact pattern, or no? Were they studying apples-to-apples situations? Is what I'm asking.
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. Is that a good question to ask, though, in terms of, because
I
won't
think
it
so.
vary in terms of
I
car-to-car situations, car-to-pedestrian situations, car-to-tree whatever it may be?
Well, they've run the gamut. They've looked at simulations. They've looked at crashes. They've looked at near crashes where they had equipped vehicles. They've looked at the New York State one. They looked at it where they found that it was effective. Another commentator came along and said, well, you didn't have a control group, so someone reran it against my state of Pennsylvania, and we don't have that law, and they came up with the same results, that it was effective. Other folks say, well, you have to take out for bad weather. You have to put in for bad weather. I mean, really, you look at these things, and your head wants to swim when you look at them.
It sounds as if because there's so many different fact scenarios that could be used in the underlying presumption for the study, it almost reminds me of a political poll. It can basically be written in such a way that to come out the way you want it to come out.
I think so. I mean, I've looked at the studies, and I think that the researchers, I think their hearts are in the right place, and
Sure.
I don't suspect that there was any of
No,
you know,
I'm
any
not
of
saying that.
going
I'm just
on.
saying
But yeah,
it varies
yeah.
so much.
But what you do have is you have these folks,
Mhm.
and is Harris here? Yeah, Harris is here. You've got Harris, and you've got these law enforcement begging you, have this ban so that we can enforce something that will save lives.
That's a point very well taken. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And then if you look at the primarily enforced texting bans do save lives, there's pretty convincing evidence on that. Well, all you're going to be doing is you're going to be enacting a primary handheld ban to allow these kind folks to go out and enforce it. So I think that those studies would be reflective. And what they do show unequivocally is that talking on the phone, holding the phone, does go down once you pass these bans. They do show that, and I'll get to that in a moment. Any other questions on that?
We have another question.
Yeah.
Leader Trammell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I wanted to note that you do advocate a handheld ban, right? Correct?
I do, yes, yes.
And what I'd like you to...
And I'll say, I do advocate that personally. I'm not allowed to advocate that on behalf of our foundation, which is a nonprofit. So I'm doing that personally.
So the empirics, the discussion about the empirics of that aside, could you talk to me a little bit about how states, what the awareness is of the distracted driving issue in states that have enacted handheld bans relative to states that have not taken up similar measures?
I don't know that I've seen a study or anything about that, but the campaigns that surround it, I believe Harris earlier said that if we enact this, you can rest assured that we're going to have a widespread educational campaign so that people know that the law has changed. And that's pretty much the pattern in all these other states. You don't say on July 30th, here's the bill, the governor signs it and goes into effect the next day. Most of them are built in with, 6 months to a year of education, some lag time. The awareness campaigns, and again, I believe that the educational campaigns that are being done, I believe to some extent have not been effective. I mean, that's why we're here and that's why the numbers are so bad. I think that in connection with the law, we want to talk about how we can improve those. I'll get to one idea in a little while in my presentation, but it comes from listening to teens, focusing teens, sitting down with teens and saying, what do you think about this message? Probably all of you know about the burnt out car in front of the school, right? Before prom, you put the burnt out car, the wrecked car in front of the school. That's a classic example of a fear appeal. Lots of townships do that. They have elaborate reenactments. They'll have the police come in. They'll have an ambulance. They'll have a helicopter. They'll have parents pretend to be the parents of the deceased kid. They'll take a kid away in a body bag, that kind of thing. The studies show these fear appeals are not effective unless they're done really, really well and carefully, and most are not. So we're spending resources on things that, there's no science behind it. No science behind it. I don't want to be critical of communities doing that kind of thing, but if you're going to do it, you ought to do it, and you ought to talk to somebody about it who says, all right, what you need to be sure of if you scare the kids, you want to be sure that you've made them feel personally susceptible, they could be injured by this or killed, and the most important thing, that they now have the tools and they know how they can prevent it, what they call self-efficacy. Self-efficacy is the most important thing, and very often it's lacking. So I think that we need to look at the laws, but we need to look at changing the way we think about it. Well, just example here, and I'm going to ask this question carefully so no one has to out themselves. How many of you in the last month have driven drunk or been a passenger in a car with someone who you thought maybe they had too much to drink? Anybody? Okay. How many of you in the last month have texted or Snapchatted while you're driving or been a passenger in a car with someone who did so? That's actually pretty good. The few hands that come up, pretty good. So we look at drunk driving and distracted driving differently. They are different to some extent, but from my perspective, they're really not that different. And they're not different from these folks who've lost family members. So we changed the culture with respect to drunk driving. How many of you guys remember the commercial, the designated driver is the life of the party? Okay, so that was an effective one. Remember seeing on LA Law and Cheers, seeing episodes about drunk driving, making it socially unacceptable. That drunk driver is someone we don't want to be. We're not doing that yet with distracted driving. So, at one level, maybe we shouldn't be so surprised, because a lot of people say it's going to be harder with distracted driving and cell phones than it is with drunk driving, because we talked about it, the compulsion, whether you want to call it an addiction, the compulsion, it's where we are. I mean, I'm to some extent addicted to my cell phone. I feel a compulsion to use it. I don't, but I don't drive distracted because my daughter was killed by a distracted driver. Now, that changed me. It'd be awful if that's what it took for each and every one of us to change. Or the other side. I mean, I met about 100 parents who've lost their children to distracted driving. I've met about 25 people who've killed through distracted driving. Not a single one of those person was a criminal before that day, And time and time again, they tell me, I never thought I was the type of person who could kill someone with my driving. So who is that person who kills with their distracted driving? Hey, it's me, it's you, it's all of us, if we make that choice, Did I? Thank you. US DOT did a high enforcement campaign in and around Hartford and Syracuse. Connecticut has a handheld ban, New York does. Astounding results in this. And, some of us looked at it and said, my gosh, 57% reduction in Hartford, 32% in Syracuse. I don't have it here, but they repeated it for California and Delaware, and they got pretty similar results. So if you put the resources into it, you can affect behaviors. I think that's what these folks from the state police were talking about earlier. So you need the law, you need enforcement. Now, I am not an expert on the federal funding for distracted driving, and there's probably somebody here who you could ask about this. I'll just give you the overview. It used to be if you wanted to get funding, you had to have a law that banned kids from using cell phones totally, which you have. It had to be primarily enforced. You had to have whatever your first fine was, it had to go up for each successive violation. You needed to have a couple of questions in your driver's licensing exam on distracted driving, and you need to have something in the driver's manual. And for a couple of years, Connecticut was the only state that did it, and then the feds relaxed this a little bit. So I'm not sure I don't know what's in your driver's license program. I don't know what's in the test. Of course, Harris would and other folks would if you guys can start to qualify, because they've relaxed it if you have some of those things. I don't know if... So that's something I think to also look at getting money, and that would be for enforcement and education. Just did that one. So I play this video for adults and students. And what I'm going to do is I might pick some of you folks here just to say, give me a one-word reaction to it. And we'll just kind of think about what your reactions are. Any reactions? Anybody have a one-word reaction? Scary? Foolish?
Concerning.
Concerning? Let me show you some of the reactions. These are some of the reactions we get. Now, what I'm going to do in a moment is I'm going to click again and I'm going to separate it into kid reactions versus adult reactions, and it's really, really instructive. Kids are on the right. Kids are calling that bus driver and people who drive distracted selfish, irresponsible, and that driver is disrespecting me. They're going after the driver. The rest of us are kind of going over the situation. Personal accountability. Personal accountability. And if you think back on it, isn't that what we did with drunk driving? You don't want to be that drunk driver. You don't want to be that selfish drunk. That's one of the things that needs to take place, and that's one of the reasons why I'm optimistic when I talk with kids, because they're thinking about this. They're thinking about this. So, selfish was taught to me by a 17-year-old. I don't have the video here, but I took the video of her, the 17-year-old driver, programming her GPS. She ran off the road, and she killed a pedestrian standing next to his truck. The pedestrian was 2 months away from becoming a grandfather for the first time. And I also interviewed the daughter of the man who was killed. And it's up on our website, but it's the two sides of things. And when I interviewed her for this, and we filmed it, she kept telling me over and over again, I was so selfish, I was so selfish, I was so selfish. And you know, it really clicked for me, because every time I looked at an email or a text while I was driving, it was all about me. Even with my kids in the car, my wife in the car, the most important people in the world to me in the car, and I'm looking at emails and texts. I had a case where a dump truck driver, here's a testimony from the deposition. What happened at the time of the crash? I was holding the steering wheel just like this. I was going by a 7-Eleven. I saw a really hot girl in tight shorts, and I turned to watch her. His truck went over the center line, hit my client's car, and killed their 4-year-old son. I was on my BlackBerry on the way back from that. And I continued to be on my BlackBerry, then my iPhone, until my daughter was killed. And you know, I was so angry at the man who killed my daughter. And then there was something going on in those weeks, and you know, the month or two following it. He killed my daughter. He killed my daughter. Well, he wasn't drunk. He wasn't on drugs. He wasn't texting. And I thought about it. I said, gosh, I had done much worse than this guy. I had done much worse than him in my daily driving. You know, and that's, I think, we have to overcome that. Each and every one of us who's driven distracted has taken a chance. And we know that at some level. Why do we take those chances? Because it's reinforced that nothing bad's going to happen. You know, Representative Golick might be saying to himself, you know, it's okay if I'm out there and I text, but I certainly don't want Representative Blackman doing that, because I can handle it, he can't. And we go through this process. We go through this process. But let me just show you a PSA that we came up with. Educational, but also the theme of selfish driving.
Sarah always wants to be connected, and she often tweets or texts while driving. How far will Sarah go while looking away from the road? More than an entire football field. Driving the length of a football field without looking at the road is selfish driving. caring drivers respect everyone's safety. What kind of driver will you be?
You know, when I started doing this, I would do talks in schools, and occasionally a kid would come up to me afterwards and say, you know, my cousin was killed or someone was killed. I was at, I'm not sure if it was Lakeview High School or Forsyth High School. I'm not sure which one, which is they're around here someplace, right? I had like 12 kids come up to me. My cousin, my dad, all this stuff. So you see more and more of that all the time, more and more of that all the time. So if you're going to talk to people about distracted driving, we better figure out why they do it. We better figure out what the excuses are. We better see if we can make a dent in those excuses. So these are the excuses that we see, pretty much. The one that's not in there is my mom and dad do it, but that's in there too. So it's the good driver. The second one I never quite understood, but I drive more carefully when I drive distracted. Maybe that means they slow down. I'm not certain. And all of these. You know, I'm sitting in the courtroom when the man who killed my daughter is being sentenced. It was just traffic tickets, which is the peculiarity of New Jersey law back then. Although I'm from Pennsylvania, Casey was killed while she was walking across the street in New Jersey going to her summer job as a waitress. And I got a tap on the defendant's sentenced, and he runs out of the room, the man. And I'm standing there with the police officers, and I get a tap on my shoulder, and I turn around. There's a woman there, and she says, "May I speak with you?" And I said, "Sure." She said, "I'm Mrs. Lamonaco, the wife of the man who killed my daughter." And she said, "You know, I want to tell you how sorry we are, and, you know, and we made a contribution to a local animal shelter. Casey loved animals." And then she said to me, "You know, he only looked away for a few seconds." I appreciate her saying something. It was difficult. We hugged, and that was difficult. But looking away for just a few seconds, it wasn't comforting. Each and every one of these excuses I've gotten from parents or daughters or friends. These are what people who kill through their distracted driving say in the courtroom to explain what they did. I will admit that as a trial lawyer, I have an ego. Probably your Representative Golick will know what I'm talking about, right? We have egos as trial lawyers. Seek yourself. Right, that's it. So I was thinking kindly of this gentleman until then, but okay. So I saw that the U.S. Department of Transportation had a lot of PSAs and all, and I wanted one, and they had finished doing them. So we filmed our own for the U.S. Department of Transportation, and they did. Secretary Hood did place it on the site, and he played it. I just want to play one piece of it. This is my wife.
I think of Casey lying on the roadway after her accident, and when the police officer asked her how it occurred, she said, "I want my mom," and I wasn't there to comfort her in those last moments. What will it take for us to change the way we drive?
So we got a card after Casey was killed, and it was lots of cards, and it was from a woman who said, "I was there with your daughter at the scene," and she left her phone number. There was no way I wanted to call this, what turns out to be a woman, a grandmother. What good could come of that? But my wife wanted to, and I remember where we were. And she said, "I was there with Casey," and my wife said, "Well, did she say anything?" And she said, "Yes, Casey said, I want my mom." And my wife's face, it almost turned into a smile. And after we hung up, I said, I don't understand that. She said, "Well, if I couldn't be there with my daughter, at least another mother was." My wife is still tormented that she couldn't be with Casey. So my wife asked, what will it take for us to change the way we drive? You know why I changed the way I drive. Will it take a legislator killing someone and being in a newspaper? Will it take all of us killing someone? Will it take being like us, being of this group here, where we've lost people that we shouldn't have lost? So let's go back to the theme of what Representative Prince said earlier about who drives, who texts. Anybody want to take a shot at this? Do you believe most 16 to 18-year-olds don't text while driving? True or false? Most people false, even though you saw earlier the presentation that showed the number. It actually is true. Let's see what the study showed. This is AAA Foundation for Traffic Safety. 3 years of the study, 2013, 15, and 16, the 16 to 18-year-olds remarkably consistent, the 19 to 24-year-olds exploding, and the 25 to 39-year-olds. And this may reflect, as the representative indicated earlier, that you get used to it and you go ahead and you figure you're a good driver and you can get away with it. But what it also reflects to me is that we're teaching our children that it's okay to drive distracted. Mommy does it, daddy does it. You know, I do talks, I've done a couple talks recently at some organizations which were mostly grandparents. And I was struck by what they say to me afterwards. They're so angry at their children are in their 30s, and their children have their grandchildren, and they say, you know, it's bad enough that when they go out to dinner, they're on their cell phones, not spending time with my grandchildren, but I know when they're driving, they're putting my children at risk. So maybe there's some way we can harness the power of grandparents to help us out in this fight. I haven't really thought about that, but maybe it's worth thinking about.
Joel, we have a question.
Yes.
Representative Prince?
Well, I mean, just a comment. I think that statistic also probably shows that we here in Georgia, as a part of the driver's training piece that's established in our driving schools, that's a part of it that talks about distracted driving. So during those early years when they're being granted license, permission to get them, that's when it's really driven into them. And as you said, I mean, as we said earlier, the older you get, the more comfortable you become. But, you know, when the education piece at that early age, 16 through 18, is there. But, you know, beyond that, I think we got a lot of issues.
Yeah, well, you think about it now, the kids can't use the phone, as we talked about earlier, and then on their 18th birthday, you hand it to them and say, go ahead, have fun. Doesn't make much sense. At least with a handheld band, you'd say, talk hands-free. And you'd have a dialogue about it. You'd have communication about it, you know. And I think, and again, there's legislators who are doing essay contests in their community, a $250 prize for middle school students talking about distracted driving. I know moms who, after I did some middle school talks, 1,000 middle school kids I talked to over a couple of days, actually in Maine. And I must have gotten 12 emails. And people went to the trouble, and moms and dads weren't there, the kids. They went home, and they said, you know, some of them were, well, thanks, but thanks a lot. You've now sicked my daughter or my son on me, and anytime I try to hold the phone, you know, they flip out, and I can't hold the phone anymore. So there's the grandparent power, but maybe the nag power of middle school kids. If anybody's got middle school kids, I guess maybe you know what I'm talking about. Our hypocrisy of telling our children not to drive distracted, yet driving distracted ourselves, is killing our children. However, I'm optimistic because I see things like this, and for people who can't read it, I have to be a good role model for my little brother and sister. I can't drive distracted with them watching me like my mom and dad do. Now that's pretty neat to me. That's pretty neat to me. So this next video is one that we show to parents at, you know, business talks and things like that.
Teens whose parents drive distracted are twice as likely to also drive distracted. Our children look up to us. They pick up our habits, good and bad. What behaviors are you teaching your children? What distractions would you give up if it meant saving your child's life?
It's not enough to tell our children not to drive distracted. We need to be that driver. We need to model distraction-free driving all the time. I will say something else. If you go on our website, our pledge does, about distracted driving does not use the word not once. I had that, and the folks from Children's Hospital said, you don't tell people what they can't do, you tell them what they can do. I can drive without being distracted. I can pull over to the side of the road to check calls. I can speak up when I see mom, dad, or a friend drive distracted. So we need to change those messages. Need to change those messages, a positive message, an empowering message. When I go into schools, I hate it when people tell me what to do. I hate it when people tell me what to do. 30 seconds, look at it, maybe that's my jury. I'm here to talk to you about distracted driving. I hate it when people tell me what to do. I'm not going to tell you what to do. You can figure this out for yourselves. And if you think that it's wrong that people say that distracted driving is just a teen problem, you're right. It's not just a teen problem. I know your moms and dads do it. I know that principal standing right over there, he does it too. We need your help to keep us safe. What that reflects is respect for the audience, and it establishes credibility of the speaker. And I think in a lot of presentations, that's lacking. And some of the feedback we get is they say that old guy with the gray beard, I guess that's me, he didn't come in here and tell us that we were only the problem. He said that we could be part of the problem, and he admitted that he did it too. Because I think if any person goes in and talks to a crowd about distracted driving, and they don't admit that they're a distracted driver, with the exception of the one gentleman over there, people look at you and they wonder, who's this hypocrite? And I think that's been a lot of the problems with what we've been doing with this. What do you think? What comes to mind when you think of teens and peer pressure? Bill, what comes to mind?
A lot of peer pressure things.
Specific examples, like what happens?
How you dress, what you do at parties. It's been a long time since I was a teen.
Okay, anybody else? We thinking like drugs and drinking and that kind of stuff? The other side of this is positive peer pressure. Positive peer pressure. And we tend to forget that. We tend to forget how important teens can be in influencing other teams. These stats, they just show you about positive peer pressure. And I hear this all the time when I do focus groups. Yeah, if he asked me nicely and non-confrontationally put down the phone, I would do it. I would do it. But teens are uncomfortable. If you're asking the driver to put down their phone, it's not your car. Somebody's driving you. They're doing you a favor. And teens think that they're going to be received negatively, but they won't. They'll be overwhelmingly received positively. As a matter of fact, most of the teens say it'd be easier to talk to their friends about putting the phone down than talking to mom and dad. It's another issue, talking to mom and dad. So let's harness that positive peer pressure, and we can do that with educational programs.
What are you doing? You can't text and drive.
It's not texting, I'm changing the music. It's no law against that.
But it's distracting. What else is distracting but not illegal? You're fat.
Yes! Beat the level.
Nice.
Shut up. No, cilantro next, not basil. Stop! Hey. Apparently lots of things are distracting.
Well, remember, just because they're not illegal doesn't mean they're safe.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't do any of those things.
Still got cilantro in my teeth.
So this is an example of one kid speaking up and having a positive result. So I talked about bystander interventions. Colorado Department of Transportation funded something 3 or 4 years ago with Bacchus Network. It's a college peer-to-peer group, mainly focused on drinking, but they want to do something with distracted driving. And I was sort of tangentially involved, but I've kind of adapted it myself. Bystander interventions. They do these for bullying. They do these for sex, safe sex, protecting someone if they're drunk, that kind of thing. And it's perfectly adapted, and it's always a 3-step thing. You say, I'm driving down the road, and Representative Clark is driving me, and he's Snapchatting away. Probably I'm not going to see that very often, am I? Not Snapchat, no, okay. But he's Snapchatting. So I can say something to him in a non-confrontational fashion, and we show him what not to say. I mean, I wouldn't want to say, you're the worst driver I've ever seen. I don't know how you got your license. You don't get anywhere with that. We want to have a conversation. So I'd say, you acknowledge the behavior. Hey, Heath, is it? Heath, okay, Mike, I can't see that well. Heath, every time you look at your phone, the car wanders back and forth in its lane. Non-confrontational, he's not going to get annoyed at me. You ought to talk about how you feel. It's important to talk about how you feel. Friends respect your feelings. They don't want to hurt your feelings. You're scaring me. You don't do that. I'm blaming him for how I feel. He'll cross his arms. Well, hopefully not while he's driving, but he'll get really defensive. I statements. I'm a little nervous. And kids actually know about the difference between you statements and I statements. Most of the health classes I go to, they've already talked about that. And then you solve the problem. And we can do role play. I mean, I've had a governor, congressman, mayors, school superintendents, chief of police, be the driver, and we go back and forth, and it's fun, but the kids learn how to do this. We also offer some workshops where they can sit down and explore what kind of statements they could use to speak up, because we've got the distracted driving problem, but we've got so many vulnerable people as passengers. We have to arm the passengers with the tools to speak up for their safety. Friends don't let friends drive distracted. They know that. Friends shouldn't let friends drive drunk. And in that last video, with the 2 friends back and forth, the funny video, if you had blindfolded me and put me in here, I would have known I was talking to adults, because not a single one of you laughed. And the kids always laugh hysterically at this part when one kid told the other kid, you're fat. Just the way it is. So let's watch this. I know football's of relative importance down here, right?
Ready, ready! Say hi!
So I saw you 2 guys back here, this young lady and this gentleman laugh. Why were you laughing? First with you. Ridiculous.
Immediately, yeah, when you saw him with the BlackBerry in his hand, yeah.
BlackBerry in hand, ridiculous. And you, sir? Pretty much the same thing? Okay, that's right. That's right. That's what we're looking for. So and these are some of the videos that we use in our presentations, because our presentation can't be gloom and doom. It has to be uplifting. We have to talk about how we're affected. We get people's attention, but that's not going to change people's attitudes and behaviors ultimately. You have to give them some reasons to change. So we laugh when we see someone texting going out for a pass in a football game, yet many of us in this room have texted while we're driving a car. Doesn't make a lot of sense when you think about it. I hear this all the time. Mom and dad and friends want to know where I am when they're driving. Moms and dads are calling their kids. Moms and dads are texting their kids. Where are you? Where are you at? That kind of thing. Friends, what do they do about it? What do they do about it? How do they keep in touch? You have to think about this, how you're going to work it out. Whether you send a group text before you leave, I'm driving from home to school, I'll be 20 minutes, that kind of thing. Whether you pull over to the side of the road. But it's about 3 years ago, I met this young woman in a auditorium gym in Louisiana. And I'd heard her story before, but I'd never met her. And she spoke, and she told the story about how she was responding to a text. She looked down. She ran into the back of a tractor trailer. She now has a brain injury. She's a little unfiltered, as you might expect with a brain injury. And she's had 16 or 17 cosmetic surgeries, and she's lost an eye. And I have permission to show you what she looks like now. Her mom was so furious she couldn't wait, because her daughter found out that's what her daughter was doing. She couldn't wait to get her daughter's cell phone to see who it was that was texting her daughter, who did this to her daughter, who nearly killed her daughter. And you know what the phone showed? "Where you at, honey?" From Mom. So how do we communicate with those that we care about when they're driving? If you call me, or I call you, the first thing I'm going to say to you, unless I know for sure, is, are you driving? And if you're driving and if you tell me, hey, I'm hands-free, I'm still not going to talk to you. I'll say, that's all fine. Here, call me later tonight. Here's my cell phone number. If you call me and I'm going to be on the plane later tonight, you probably get the response, hi, this is Joel. I can't respond to your call because I'm driving or whatever. We're sending a message to other people that it's not acceptable to talk on the phone. It's not acceptable to respond to texts, and we need to do that. There's 2 state legislatures, I don't know if it's on the Senate side or the House, they're actually thinking about whether or not they should pass a policy, not a law, but a policy, an internal policy for them and their aides in terms of driving. That'd be pretty neat. You guys could do that, right? I don't know if you can or you can't, but leading by example, it has to be community-wide. Do we all know people? Gosh, you guys know all the people, small businesses in the community. Talk to those businesses about adopting a hands-free policy, even though it's not the law in Georgia. Just go ahead and do it. There are Fortune 500 companies, small businesses that have adopted total bans like you have for the kids under 18. Abbott, Dow, Purdue, and these companies are finding that the employees love it. Of course, the employer has to say, if there is any diminution in productivity, we understand, and generally there has not been any demonstrable diminution in productivity, and people are safer. Total bans, Columbia Gas, I guess in South Carolina was one that did it. We have some stories on our website about what a buy-in it was from the company and how everybody was really, really excited about it. So, you can talk to them. Kids can go out. April is National Distracted Driving Awareness Month. 2 years ago, there was a proclamation. I was down here for Georgia's proclamation from the Governor's Office of Highway Safety. It wasn't Harris, it was someone else from his office. What we started doing in different states is having high school kids do that. Come in and they get a resolution before you guys. Give a kid a chance to come in and present a resolution. But that's what we need to do. We need to take every possible advantage to talk to our kids earlier about it, because they are going to change the way we drive. I hope we change the way we drive, but we need to do it for them. So that's pretty much the end of my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that anybody had about anything. If not, then I'll just kind of conclude. Any questions or anything?
I just want to make a comment. Joel, again, many sympathies to your family in regard to what you do. For those of you who don't know, Joel does this, 75% of the time of your time, and just a little bit of your time is your law practice.
Mhm.
But this is obviously public advocacy. This is not something you're not making a living from. You're hoping to save lives from, as opposed to make a living from it. Am I not correct?
Yes, yeah, we do talks for schools. I have, I think I said this, but we have about 300 speakers around the country. We've talked to almost 400,000 kids. I think the last count was about 12,000 here in Georgia, all without cost to schools. We never charge a school. I do talks at businesses as well. I was at Cobb EMC recently. I do a lot of business talks too. I'd rather talk to the kids than the businesses, but yeah, and that's why I'm positive. That's why I'm optimistic. I think we can do this, but it's going to take, we have to kind of look in the mirror. I said before that I wear pink because my daughter Casey's favorite color was pink, and I have a pink wristband to remember Casey. But I also have wristbands given to me by parents to remember other children, other dead children. You know, these are all the guys, boys, and these are all the girls. And it's impossible to get the face, and they're always given to me by moms. I've never gotten a wristband given to me by a dad. And it's impossible to get their faces out of my mind. You know, maybe I think of my wife's face, I think of their face. I received a new wristband last night from Caleb's mom, and, you know, I look in the mirror at night and I say, did I do enough today? Did I do enough today to keep some other kids safe? And I know that you guys probably do that too, and I hope you will do it, and I think this is a good start. Are you doing enough to keep everybody safe? And so whatever I can do to help, I'll come down here and I'll do high school talks in local high schools in your districts. I have got speakers down here. I'll come down if I can. Whatever I can do to help the process, I'd very much like to do that if I can. Thank you all so very, very much. Thank you, guys.
Any questions for Joel? All right, Joel, thank you for coming down.
Thank you.
So we have a few other speakers. Jennifer, I want to do one person just before you. Bob, can you step up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Bob Dallas, and many of you know me in different roles, one of which was serving as the Director of Highway Safety from 2003 to 2011 under Governor Perdue. And I just want to say thank to all of you for being on this study committee, because it's just so darn important. I want to say thanks to Harris Blackwood, the Director of the Highway Safety Office, because without a doubt, the educational part of this is so important at every level. And obviously, we like to focus on kids because we think of them as our future. But let me just give you a little bit of a historical perspective, because it was under my tenure that this really came to the forefront of the national attention. You know, cell phones have been around for a while now, and they've evolved into our smartphones. Well, during that evolutionary process, when Secretary LaHood, Ray LaHood, was Secretary of Transportation, he had to deal with some very horrific crashes involving transit vehicles. And when they started looking at the data, they started to realize it wasn't just the transit operators that were being distracted, but many, many, many drivers. And they, I think, thoughtfully realized that it's not going to get better with the technology advances if we don't do anything about it. So in 2009, Secretary LaHood really set out a call to action to everybody, every highway safety office, and quite frankly, anybody who was listening, that we've got to stop this. So he reached out not only to the advocates that were involved, to the highway safety offices in any governmental entity, but also the industry. And working with the industry, we've been able to see substantial agreement that texting and driving is not allowed. And I can tell you from the very beginning right now, anybody I ask who drives, if I say, is it okay to text, the answer is going to be no, right? Yet we still do it. So if everybody knows you shouldn't do this, yet it still happens, then the question is, what do you do about it? Well, in Georgia, we were successful in passing 2 pieces of legislation, which when you read them, they are well written. Not because I wrote them, but because at the time, they took into account all the necessary components that we knew. So you had Senate Bill 360, which Senator Jack Murphy sponsored, and then you had House Bill 23, which Representative Ramsey sponsored, one dealing with the teens and the other dealing with the adults. And I can tell you this, Ms. Oran, while you question whether or not Governor Perdue was going to sign the teen one, I knew he would sign that one. I mean, it's sunny. He would sign it. But if I was putting money, I would bet that he would not have signed the adult one. Yet he did. And at the time, he realized that it was a big unknown. Would it change behavior? Would we get a better outcome? And as I talked with him many a time, it's one of those things, well, let's do this and see over time what the data shows us, see what best practices are. And what we saw then is the hope that people would change behavior with the knowledge that texting is a bad thing. Now, Bill, you're an attorney. Where's the other speaker? You're attorneys. We've set the standard of care. When you have a crash today, most every serious injury or death crash involves some investigator looking at the electronic data device to see whether there was speeding going on, to see what kind of braking occurred, but they're also searching for texting to see if that's part of the crash consequences. in order to determine whether or not there's liability associated with that. So that's a key part of it. But it still hasn't changed behavior to our satisfaction. So when I step back and ask the question, what is it we need to do? I simply say, what have we done where we've seen success? And I'll start with something that we all may recall. I won't sing it, but you know, the old jingle that said, buckle up for safety, always buckle up, show the world you care by the belt you wear. Remember that? Some of you may, some of you may not. That was a NHTSA ad when safety belts first came out, simply telling people, wear a safety belt. Likewise, when we started to learn about impaired driving, the message was, don't drink and drive. It's bad. Bad things will happen. Now, I will say this. A lot of people get the message just by you telling them. But there are a whole lot of folk that don't without something else. So what we have today is a system in place for both impaired driving and occupant protection that says, if we educate you about this to do it the right way, but you don't, then there's a consequence associated with it. Now, what we know is this. Nobody gets in the car on any given time. I don't care how drunk you are. I don't care how much you text. And I don't care whether or not you wear a safety belt thinking I'm going to crash and hurt myself or hurt somebody else. However, we've been able to change behavior by letting folks think that if I get in a car and I drive drunk, I'm going to get pulled over and bad things are going to happen to me. If I don't wear a safety belt, I can get pulled over. And granted, the consequence isn't horribly expensive or as bad as impaired driving. I don't want that. I think I'm going to get pulled over if I don't wear a safety belt, so we wear a safety belt. As a result, we've seen crash deaths associated with impaired driving go down. Our safety belt utilization rates go up. And Harris, you got as high as one almost can get, like in the mid-90s? Yeah, it's just like incredible. Yet what we still see is about half the crash deaths still involve people not wearing safety belts. So we always know we have more work to do. So what's the legislation that was passed under Governor Perdue? The question then becomes, what should we do? You've heard great presentations on the fact, I think it's a fact, that if I'm talking hands-free or hands-held, my mind's distracted. My cognitive ability to drive the car is affected exactly the same in most anecdotal studies. The data is kind of hard to tell with crash reports because, as you will hear in other presentations, those crash reports probably only show about 3% of the crash deaths involve distracted driving. And law enforcement, how hard is it to capture in time for that month that you had to put a crash report together, whether or not that person was distracted, especially when nobody's volunteering, and especially if the driver is dead in a single vehicle crash. It's a hard thing to get sometimes. So the data is not really good with that. But we know something's happening. It's kind of, I was explaining earlier, it's kind of like, how do you know there's a black hole star out there? You can't see it. Light doesn't emit from it. You see what's going on around it. And what we see going on around us today is that we're seeing increases in crash deaths. We don't have the great data to support exactly distracted driving, yet the other things are kind of at status, and this is growing over here. And I'm going to say this. It's especially impactful to pedestrians and cyclists because they are the most vulnerable road users. And don't get me wrong, not cyclists, but pedestrians. And I chair PEDS, the advocacy group here. We pedestrians sometimes do things that we shouldn't, looking at our phone and walking into the street. I get that. But having said that, the texting and driving of a driver has a big impact on pedestrians as well, and other cyclists, vulnerable road users. So when we look at the increases, which is driven by some of these other areas, it's that, okay, the texting and driving's really got to be it. The single lane departure, single driver departure crash, what's going on? They're not impaired, they just crash. Well, this is part of the explanation to it.
Bob, we've got a couple more speakers,
okay,
so
I'll
give you 90 seconds.
90 seconds. So the point of this is that for us, I think in our state, we need to provide a law enforcement tool that will change the behavior. We've seen it succeed with impaired driving. We've seen it succeed with the occupant protection. And so what I've done is work and reached out to many of the advocacy groups, because whether it's MAD Georgia, whether it's AAA, whether it's Road Safe America, Georgia Bikes Team Georgia, Safe Kids of Georgia, each of these groups all want us to stop distracted driving, even though that's not their primary point. So working with them, we will be coming back to you and giving you more information about, from their perspective, why this is so important. And recognize this, if you would. Each of them has a different opinion of exactly how to get there, but we all agree we need to do something. And we all agree a good step to get there is to enforce hands-free driving, because law enforcement can make it something that can be enforced on the roadway and change outcome and behavior. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Any questions for Bob Dallas? Okay. Robert Kicklighter. Robert teaches Explain what you do for us. And you're from Savannah, correct?
Yes, my name is Robert Kicklighter. I'm the Law Academy Director for all the Savannah Chatham County Public Schools.
I've got you about 4 or 5 minutes for you.
Okay.
I've got a number of speakers.
And I'm the owner of Georgia Driver's Education. I've been teaching driver's education since 2006. And from what I'm seeing is a little different from the stats that you're getting. I'm seeing a higher number of teens using the cell phones when they're driving. I think based on what I teach is simple natural laws is when you got a handheld phone and the child or the adult is looking at it, neuroscience says you can't maintain focus for more than 20 minutes. And if you lose focus while you're driving and it's on the cell phone, gravity starts pulling that hand down just a little bit. And it only takes that little bit to cross that center line or to go off the edge of the road. And then they're going to stomp the brakes, snatch the wheel to come back on. But I think also you're not going to eliminate distracted driving as we're humans, but you can reduce it. But you also need to focus on, we're talking about failure to exercise due care is the actual law that you've been discussing. And you need to also focus on the other laws that need to be addressed, the consequences of distracted driving, the following too close, the failure to maintain lane. Those also need to be addressed. You also need to address the driver's education program you have in the state, because right now you're having too many teens that are taking online driver's ed from other states, but just paying $15 so the kids can rush them through and get them out. And as instructors, we're not getting the kids in the car enough, because right now the law says a minimum we have to have them for 6 hours, but the kids don't want to ride for 6 hours. The parents don't want them to ride with 6 hours, but if we could at least get them for 3, at least I got 3 hours with that child to hopefully make a difference in saving their life. But, you know, if you also, one of the things you've got to do is you got to give these guys the tools. You've heard all this. I spoke on this before. The unmarked vehicles. I talked to Sheriff Proctor in Camden County and Sheriff Steverson from Telfair County. And with the unmarked cars, the obvious concern is for revenue. So you'd have to address that in there, in the law, to make sure that if you did allow agencies to have unmarked cars for distracted driving, that it can be a primary use for speed enforcement. And that's pretty much what all I have at this point, is the fact that if you go to hands-free, like I tell my kids, I tell them, there's no way I can stop you when you're by yourself from picking up that cell phone. But if I had a choice, I'd rather them use hands-free. At least we have a better effort for them to stay more focused. But if you go to that, you're going to save a lot of lives. In fact, I already took the state of Washington's law, took our law, and modified our law to match it using our language. So I provided that to Jeff Jones if you ever want to look at it. That's it.
Representative Jeff Jones? Yeah. Right. Okay. Any questions for Robert? Thank you. Thank you for coming all the way, making the trip. Ms. Grady, would you like to come up?
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me a couple minutes to speak. My name is...
I'm sorry, about 5, 6, 7 minutes, and then I'm going to have Ms. Smith speak. And if the committee members can hold on with me, I'm planning to get us out of here around 2:45, just a little bit earlier than we had planned. I'm sorry, please go ahead.
My name is Deonya Grady. I am here today because my cousin Antoine Grady was killed on May 5th, 2016 by a distracted driver. He was a pedestrian that was legally parked on the side of the street in his neighborhood in front of his home. I stand here today and not his brother or sister because he didn't have one. He was his parents' only child. And every day since May 5th is a struggle for them to stay alive. He was ran over and killed by a 20-year-old. She was speeding in the neighborhood, going about 45 miles per hour, and she reached down to pick up her cell phone that had supposedly fell out of its holster. And he was attempting to open up his car door and get in. And she hit him and pushed him into a parked moving truck that was parked directly behind him that was full of furniture. She hit him so hard, the moving truck moved a few hundred feet. He was 36 years old. He wasn't married. He didn't have any children. But his life was very, very important to us, just as each and every life in this room today. So any opportunity that I get to share his story in hopes that it will increase the law, I take that opportunity. And I thank you for that.
Thank you. I know that's hard for you. Jennifer, can you wrap us up?
Thank you for having me here, Representative Carson and members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Smith. I'm with an organization called StopDistractions.org. We're a national organization that works with victims' families across this country. We literally have thousands of them. Many of those families reside here in Georgia, and you see I've brought only a few of them here today, and many came on their own as well. We're the faces of this nationwide epidemic, and we have paid the ultimate price of losing the ones we love, and our only hope is to prevent you from walking in our shoes. Distracted driving is an epidemic like we've never seen in this country. The level of danger associated with it is clear, and we have to socially stigmatize this, and we have to make it known and clear that using your phone while driving is not allowed. I lost my mother in September of 2008. I was a real estate agent. I was always on my phone when I drove. No, I was not texting because adults didn't really text in 2008 very often. But I had my headset on and I was driving, and I never thought anything different. On September 3rd, my mom got a phone call that someone had some cat food to donate to the Humane Society because my mother was the crazy cat lady. And she decided she'd go get it and left her neighborhood. At 4:43 p.m., a 20-year-old driver who was talking on a cell phone ran through the intersection running the red light and T-boned her car at 45 to 50 miles an hour, taking her life. He got out of the car and said he had been on the phone for less than a minute, and he was driving for less than a quarter of a mile. He was on the phone talking to his neighbor about a dresser he had seen at the Goodwill store that he thought would be good for them. This man was a good person. He had never had a ticket, was going to college, worked 2 jobs, volunteered at his job, mowed the lawns of the elderly people in his neighborhood. He was the guy next door. After that, I was very fortunate that I was able to meet Secretary LaHood, and he became my BFF over the next many years. We held the National Distracted Driving Summits. I was there with him. I closed out the second one, and then he passed the torch to me, and he said, "Jennifer, take this to the states, and let's get these laws passed." When we started, 15 states had texting laws. When he left, well, it was almost 45 or so-ish, close. We now have 47. About 5 states had handheld cell phone bans. We now have 15, DC, Guam, Puerto Rico, all those as well. He wants to see more still. I still keep in touch with him, and he keeps on track of this issue. It's affecting us all, and it could affect one of his 9 grandchildren. So after I want to go over some of the statistics you heard today and give some clarifications on some things, and then quickly talk about what some of the other states are doing. He talked about the ZenDrive study that showed the 88 out of every 100 trips motorists are on smartphones. Cambridge Mobile Telematics, who is an insurance industry telematics company, they were able to look at several hundred thousands of drivers, and they were able to prove that cell phone distraction occurred during 52% of the trips that resulted in a crash. Almost 1 in 4 drivers were using a phone within 1 minute before a crash, or they were on it at the moment the collision occurred. Everyone keeps talking about teens, and I know that Harris, Mr. Blackwood, was very good to say that this is up to age 35. The highest number of fatalities for an age group is the 20 to 29 age group. It's almost double every other age group. Then the 30 to 39, 40 to 49, 50 to 59, and then it's the teens. They're the 5th highest. Every other age group is more. Why is this? I think it's the smartphone. As Joel touched on, we were at about 35 to 50%, 35% saturation of the smartphone in about 2011. That has skyrocketed to about 80% to date today. And that's why we're seeing these crashes occur more frequently. EverQuote just came out with a survey that now 1 in 3 teens says that they know that they have lost someone they love in a distracted driving crash. 1 in 3 teens. Parents, 1 in 4 parents say that they know another parent who has lost a child in a distracted driving crash. This is an epidemic. You touched about the data and the inaccuracy of the data, and they brought up the 30 days to do the crash report. When it comes to these investigations, we can't just get the cell phone records for the crashes now. We have to take the phone as evidence. Yes, there's a Supreme Court law that says you cannot get into that phone without the warrant. You take the phone as evidence, you get the warrant, you go into the phone to forensically diagnose that phone, because if you have an iPhone and you're texting someone with an iPhone, that message is not going to show up on your cell phone records. That is an iMessage. WhatsApp, Snapchat, Facebook, none of those things show up on cell phone records. We have to have that phone to forensically diagnose that. That takes time to get the warrant, to do the diagnosis. That crash report is never going to have the accurate information. In drunk driving, we also don't have that accurate information. In drunk driving, they actually use what's called an imputation model. They take the number of known crashes from distracted driving, but then they take the number of unknown, and they use an imputation model to decide, out of those unknowns, we figure this percentage would be distracted driving and then drunk driving, and they add that to the drunk driving. We don't have an imputation model for distracted driving. So our numbers, I would say, are at least 3 times low. People also are not texting really anymore. Texting use is starting to go down. If you have a child that's up to about in their 30s, and I think many of you could even see adults doing this now, Snapchat is the new thing. People are not texting. Kids are not texting, they're Snapchatting. Adults are Snapchatting now, and adults are using apps. The highest group for app use that has using more apps is the 55 to 64-year-old age category. Their growth has skyrocketed because the younger ones, they're at about 96% app use. So, not many more can do it. In 2016, the mobile data use is 35 times the volume of mobile data traffic in 2010. It has skyrocketed. We're not just texting, we're not just calling. This is Snapchat, this is Vine. Do you know that people are watching YouTube videos while driving? They're binge watching Netflix while they're driving. People are FaceTiming other drivers when they're driving. We have crashes all over caused by every single one of these things. And when it comes to these other things, people aren't correlating. When you say you have a texting law, they don't understand that means all these other things you're doing. Kids don't understand. Even college students say, I would never text and drive. But 80% of them view that app use while driving is not distracting. And 80 of them, and they also say, well, I don't text, but for some reason, Snapchat just feels okay. So they do that while they're driving. So checking a couple other tidbits that just shows how serious this technology is. They were doing some epilepsy studies out of the Mayo Clinic, and they have now found a new brainwave. It's called the texting rhythm. They were able to see in our brains are changing when we're texting. Also, they're saying that the University of Michigan did a study that this is more of a habit than a choice. After I lost my mom, I would get in my car after being on the computer for 12 hours, knowing how dangerous this was, and I would grab my phone and start dialing. It was conditioned in me. I didn't know. It was a good 3 to 6 months before I could break that habit, and I lost my mother. We have all got to do more to stop this from spiraling out of control. Now, to look at some other states, West Virginia does have a handheld cell phone ban. The Division of Motor Vehicles in West Virginia credits the distracted driving legislation with contributing to an 18% decrease in roadway fatalities in that state. The DMV commissioner cited the changes in driver behavior and awareness due to the recent legislation is what led to that. In Tennessee, they're looking at this, and they're looking at seriously considering a handheld cell phone ban as well. They formed last session they were working on us all ages, all drivers, handheld cell phone ban. They decided to scale it back to school zones. But despite that retreat, they still say there's a lot of interest in one, and they are looking at it, and they currently are looking at 6 other measures in their legislature. North Carolina has also been sending these bills in and making progress on them. They formed a task force. Let me get down to that. State Senator and Governor Pat McCrory formed a task force to study the issue, and the conclusion was the best thing would be to ban it all, meaning a hands-free cell phone law. Again, they are still working on that. We also have Kentucky. Kentucky is also moving towards passing this law. We are in each of these states, we're upgrading these laws. They're adding additional points. They're adding additional, fines and penalties, because $25 fines, $50 fines, those are not enough. There have to be consequences. South Carolina as well is working on, has upgraded their laws or is working towards that. Now, a couple places I want to mention that have had successes. In Texas, we did just pass a texting law there that goes into effect September 1st. But when we were unable to do that, we went around and got city ordinances passed. Well over 100 cities now have city ordinances in Texas for texting or handheld cell phone bans. Over 45 of those are hands-free city ordinances. Austin, Texas is one of those city ordinances. Austin, Texas police came and testified while we were working on that law. They have seen a 17% reduction in fatalities in the city of Austin after enforcing their handheld cell phone ban. Utah does not have a handheld cell phone ban, but Utah does have one of the strictest texting laws. You cannot manipulate your phone. You can't even dial your phone in Utah. So you can talk hands-free, and I guess you can talk with it up to your ear, but I guess that would also be manipulating. But in Utah, they've upgraded it to this, which empowered their law enforcement to then be able to enforce. In Logan City, Utah, they did an enforcement campaign because they had this new law that if you touched your phone, you got a ticket. They were able to show a 30% reduction in crashes and virtually no fatal accidents in this community on that road that they did this enforcement on. Another state, California, I know they're not exactly comparable, but they've had some good, strong laws. And there was a lot of conflicting information that came out in the beginning about if that law was effective or not. That law was effective. The California Office of Highway Traffic Safety and University of California, Berkeley did a study on that. And they showed 2 years, they compared 2 years before their law and 2 years after. Overall deaths went down 22%. We all don't blame it all on the distracted driving law. There were many factors. But their handheld cell phone crash deaths went down 47%, and 40% of drivers said they did talk less on the phone because of the law. I wanted to address a few of the things that were brought up earlier today. The Road to Zero Coalition has been formed by NHTSA and all the safety organizations, corporations throughout the country. We meet quarterly in Washington, D.C. This is headed by the National Safety Council and NHTSA. At each meeting, they do a survey on what the most important issues are for the group. In that meeting, 80% of the respondents, there are 4 or 5, Joel, where'd you go? There's 400 or 500 at least in this group. 80% of the respondents said that distracted driving was the most serious issue on our roadways today. The general public agrees with this as well. I did find a public opinion poll. I've been looking for one for Georgia, which I will get some for you by the time we get to other meetings, but I found one from 2002. So just to let you know, way back in 2002, what people in Georgia thought, this was the Peachtree poll. 9 out of 10 Georgians think chatting while driving is dangerous. The University of Georgia did this study, and 63% believed it should be illegal back in 2002. So I'll get some updated stats on that for you. But the public is not in support, against these laws. When it comes to the additional highway funding, I know the state of Georgia was able to get the grant that year based on having a good law. That year, only 2 states got money. And because of Caleb's law being such a good law, the state of Georgia got $1.8 million. So if you could write a law that meets the parameters of what the FAST Act and all those require, you can get additional highway funding that can help you with these campaigns, that can help you with the education and help you. And the reduction in medical costs, the reduction in loss of life. This is a financial issue as well as a personal issue for people. So welcome any questions, and thank you for having me here.
Any questions for Jennifer? I think we're law of diminishing returns. But I appreciate everybody coming out. Obviously a very serious issue and a lot to consider. Committee members, we have a meeting September 25th in Warner Robins. We're going to send out some information in regard to hotel and logistics and so forth. But I appreciate everybody's time. Have a good time. Be safe out there.